campaign at Stanford. Krishna found that the Stanford campaign had a key advantage that was not available at Harvard. The Board of Trustees
for special meeting of May 12th, Councilmember Berman, Councilmember Byrd, Councilmember Holman, here. Councilmember Klein, Vice Mayor Niss, Councilmember Price, here. Councilmember Sharp, Councilmember Schmidt, here. Mayor Shepard, 6 present. Council will be going into a closed session with labor negotiators regarding Service Employee International Union hourly unit.
Could we come in to meet with them Thursday afternoon? And we actually spent a fair bit of the day trying to figure out what could be going on, speculating on what bad news we might get or how to respond to all the possible scenarios. And then we got into the meeting and they told us, we have some pretty big news. The Stanford board is poised to vote to divest from coal. And we were just all speechless for most of the rest of the meeting.
Krishna couldn't speak. After his struggles at Harvard, Stanford had legitimized the movement, and long before fossil-free Stanford had even expected.
We thought that they wouldn't consider our divestment request until the June Board of Trustees meeting at the earliest, and we thought if they were going to divest from coal, it would most likely be next year. And it turned out that not only did they do it this year, but they accelerated the timeline.
Krishna felt that this announcement was an important first success for both the movement at Stanford as well as for universities around the country. Finally, there is an example other divestment campaigns can point to.
I think it's a big moment for the campaigns around the country because now they can go to their constituencies and to their administrations and say that this is something credible. It's something that a top institution has done, and so it's an option that they should take legitimately, and that can really happen.
Though getting the university to divest from coal is a huge success, it's just the first step. Krishna already has another idea for a fossil fuel that Stanford can cut out of their investment portfolios.
One example is I think a lot of the arguments that they gave for divestment from coal apply pretty much word for word to divestment from tar sands, which also can be easily replaced and have much higher emissions levels. But in general, fossil fuels are driving climate change, and even if we're not using coal and we shift to natural gas, climate change is still going to continue at unacceptable levels.
Ultimately, Fossil-Free wants Stanford to divest from all fossil fuels, including the big ones, oil and natural gas. Krishna's getting the sense that the university is open to continued discussions with the activists.
We're optimistic that the logic that led to coal divestment will also lead eventually to divestment from fossil fuels more broadly.
Though there are many other milestones to pass, some students from Fossil-Free Stanford took the time to relish the victory by going to another meeting. The advisory panel that worked with Fossil-Free for several months and ultimately recommended coal divestment to the Board of Trustees was holding its annual town hall meeting. Coincidentally, it was just one day after the board passed the resolution to divest from coal. This time, the students were prepared.
We brought a sign. It's pretty big, and it says thank you, and it has messages from Stanford students and faculty and staff who walked by and wrote letters and messages about the divestment.
Do you mind reading a couple?
Sure. Well, mine said that I'm excited about oil and gas divestment next.
I wrote thank you from my grandchildren.
I like the one that says Stanford's on the right side of history. That's pretty exciting.
For Green Grid Radio, this is Diane Wu. This piece was produced with Shara Tan and Derek Mendez. Many thanks to Krishna Dasarath and Michaela Osler. Tune in to Green Grid Radio Mondays at 6 p.m. at KZSU 90.1 FM or online at greengraveradio.org. Thanks for listening.
Christina Morissette grew up in a fishing town in Alaska where there were strong views about fishing practices, especially on the topic of wild versus farmed fish. Since high school, she has had to confront these debates in a number of ways, and she has arrived at a position she never imagined she would come to.
In high school, I walked past this broken-down, rusting green truck every day on my walk to school. On it was this black and yellow bumper sticker reading, "Friends don't let friends eat farmed fish." I later noticed these bumper stickers in other towns in Alaska, but it was the only one I ever saw in Cordova, where I grew up. Cordova, Alaska is a small town. The population is about 2,200, and my graduating class was 33, for the entire town. The driving economy is commercial salmon fishing. If you see Copper River salmon being sold in the grocery store, I probably know the person whose dad caught that fish. It seems like almost everyone's dad is a fisherman. My dad isn't, so I didn't really understand the fishing culture all that much until a school trip to Washington, D.C., my junior year of high school. I was in D.C. to learn about American politics with other juniors and seniors from my small town high school and around the country. After a long day touring the National Mall and taking pictures of the cherry blossoms, we got back to the Marriott Hotel and in line for a dinner buffet. There was salad, bread rolls, rice, and at the end of the red cloth table, a tiered platter of salmon. I saw food, I grabbed food, thought nothing of it, and went to sit down. I got back to my table to join my classmates, and everyone was glaring at me. I started to eat, and one of the girls sitting across from me said, "You can't eat that." I looked up, and everyone was still staring at me. I can't eat what? I said. That's farmed. I looked down at my plate. That's what? It is? It just looks like a chunk of meat. Looks like salmon to me. I couldn't tell the difference. With everyone watching me, I tried to defend myself. "Oh, well, it's already on my plate," I said. "My dad doesn't fish, so I don't eat salmon very much," I said. "Well, it'll make you sick," she said. "I wouldn't eat that if I were you." She went back to eating her food, and I started to pick at mine. I took a bite, 2 bites, and then pushed the salmon to the side. It wasn't that it didn't taste good. It wasn't that I was afraid of getting sick either. I just felt so pressured not to. I had never felt peer pressure in my entire life, drugs, alcohol, anything, until that moment, when I was so pressured not to eat a piece of fish. I came home a few days later having completely forgotten about the experience. But in a car ride with my dad, we drove by that rusting green truck with the black and yellow bumper sticker, and I asked him about it, about why the girl had been so against me eating this piece of fish. 4 years later, I asked him to recount the conversation. Can you hear me? Dad?
Yeah, oh, I gotta hit that video thing. Oh, there you go. Nice.
And then I tell him the story of the girl and the fish in D.C. I remember I came home and I asked you, why are people in Cordova so against farmed fish? Do you remember, what you said or, what you think about that?
There in Cordova, it's the Copper River salmon, well-known worldwide, I believe, and it goes for a pretty big price. I'm gonna say $30 a pound, something like that.
And then my dad talked about how for families in Cordova, fishing is a livelihood. Kids fish with their parents until they're old enough to fish on their own. Then their parents help them buy a boat or hand their boat down to their kids. Fishing is a family business, and farmed fish hurts that business.
It's just a family thing. When the fisherman is getting paid $2 a pound for his salmon, then you have the farmed market. They come in and they flood the market with salmon. Now they're able to bring the cost of the salmon down, and people are like, "Oh yeah, shoot, I'll buy this over here." So that's going to bring down your dollar, how much you make, how much you how you're going to feed your family that year, and provide.
I think this was my first lesson in economics. Fishermen don't support farmed fish because it's a threat to their job security. Farmed fish is competition. If it wins, their families lose. If they lose, Cordova loses. I didn't want Cordova to lose, so I joined my friends and wore that black and yellow bumper sticker with pride, because friends don't let friends eat farmed fish. And then a year and a half later, I was out of Cordova and in California, going to a university with a student population 8 times that of my small town. I came to college wanting to study marine biology, hoping to get a degree I could use to sustain the wild fisheries I grew up with. Armed with jars of wild Alaska salmon to eat on special occasions and share with friends, I began my college career. And then one day in late October of my freshman year, I sat 3 rows away from a lecturer who advocated for aquaculture, who said that farming fish was a good idea. I wanted to fight back, to raise my hand in protest, to say, I'm a Cordova girl and farmed fish is bad. It's bad for my small town economy. But then I realized I really had no argument. Besides the idea of a small town economy, I couldn't back up my belief that friends don't let friends eat farmed fish. Hell, I didn't even know what farmed fish was. Turns out, farmed fish can mean a lot of different things. But the definition Roz Naylor, the presenting professor, goes by is a fish that is fully raised in captivity, from breeding to rearing before being sold on the market. I met with this professor and she recalled this lecture for me.
I'm Roz Naylor. I'm a professor of environmental earth system science, and I'm the director of the Center on Food Security and the Environment at Stanford University.
I asked her to explain how farming fish makes sense.
Well, farming fish actually makes a lot of sense at some fundamental level because we've overfished the oceans right now, and if people can actually farm fish, lower the mortality, increase the efficiency of feed intake, and breed the type of fish that is demanded in the market. It's like agriculture where we used to hunt, be hunter-gatherers, and now we cultivate. It's similar. It's just much later in time that we are now cultivating our fish.
For her, farming is essential to food security.
Food security is about supplying enough food, like the quantities of food. So by farming fish, you're getting additional fish that now you wouldn't get from the ocean. So it's increasing the volume of fish for people's food consumption. But the more important thing is, do people have the incomes to purchase food? And so to the extent that fish can be made more available at a lower price, or that people can earn incomes from farming the fish, that would improve food security.
But even though farming fish can help feed the world through both income and consumption, it can also harm those who rely on the wild fishing industry.
On the other hand, if the farming of fish causes the price of fish to go down too much, then people that depend on the wild fisheries may lose their income and actually be poorer and have worse food security. So it's a complicated situation, actually.
So even with that complexity, that aquaculture may threaten the livelihood of wild fisheries, we may ultimately have to rely on farming fish for one simple reason.
Because we can't really fish much more out of our oceans. And I think if we're going to preserve the wild catch at all, we've got to be getting more fish out of a cultured system. The question is, does farming actually preserve those fish in the wild, or does it actually increase the dependency on those fish?
But we have to keep in mind the risks involved for feeding and raising farmed fish.
There's a lot of farmed fish that actually rely on fish from the ocean for feeds. And marine fish that are farmed are often farmed in these open net pens where diseases and parasites might escape to the wild and go between wild and farmed fish. Farmed fish might escape and interrupt the breeding cycle of wild fish. So there's a lot of risks actually to farming fish and having pretty big impacts on marine fish.
These carnivorous fish, like salmon, are in big demand. But the way we farm these fish needs to be improved in order to put less pressure on the ocean.
The trick is, can we improve the farming of these to get the feed much more efficient, lower the dependence on the fish meal and fish oil, and also lower all the risks of diseases and escapes and habitat modification in the oceans and pollution in the oceans.
But not all farmed fish are associated with such risks. There are other, more environmentally friendly farmed fishing options.
One would be the shellfish that are filter feeders that don't really rely on feeds, and in fact they're cleaning the water systems in a lot of cases. So they tend to be the best unless they're introducing different exotic species into the system. Or, there's some risks, but generally they tend to be the better ones environmentally. And then there's this whole class of vegetarian or omnivorous fish that don't depend on wild fish for feeds.
I learned a lot from my meeting with Roz Naylor. I learned how farming fish is just like farming any other kind of animal meat for consumption. and that farmed fish is necessary to feed the world, both through consumption and as a source of income. I learned about the threats farmed fish pose for wild fisheries, how they introduce parasites and disease, how they demand wild fish for fish meal, and, just like my dad said, how farmed fish can drive down the market price. As it turns out, farmed salmon is only a small slice of the aquaculture industry. It's like I was judging whether or not I liked a painting by only looking at the bottom right corner. I just wasn't looking at the whole picture. But while I appreciated everything Roz Naylor said, I still felt a little lost. Sure, she presented counters to her argument, but the fact that she even had an argument for farmed fish caught me completely off guard. She was challenging a predominant belief of my hometown culture, and I've always believed everything teachers told me, but I didn't want to believe her. About a year and a half after I heard Roz Naylor's lecture, aquaculture was still something I refused to consider. I was still intent on getting a degree in marine science in order to pursue a career in fisheries management. I not only wanted to preserve wild fish, but also a way of life. As part of my degree-seeking process, I enrolled in a student sailing vessel program where I would crew a sailing ship from Hawaii to the Northern Line Islands and conduct my own scientific research project along the way. A few days before setting sail, I found time to relax on the beach in Waikiki and soak up some sun and get started on reading for a book report. Out of the listed options, I chose Paul Greenberg's book, For Fish, The Future of the Last Wild Food. I chose the book because it takes readers on a journey into the far reaches of the ocean as humanity continues to exploit its resources in pursuit of salmon, bass, cod, and tuna, 4 fish that have come to dominate fish markets and restaurant menus. So I started reading. 20 pages in, and I was highlighting and dog-earing pages and writing notes in the margins. Greenberg was saying things I had never heard before, sharing ideas I had never considered. It was a completely new way of thinking, and I couldn't read fast enough. And then I was halted in my tracks by a quote reading, "Humans now outnumber wild salmon by a ratio of 7 to 1. What would happen if every human on Earth demanded wild salmon instead of farmed salmon? Instant extinction." I read it over and over again. Yes, I realize not everyone wants salmon, but up until this moment, I wanted everyone to want salmon. I wanted to feed the world with Alaska seafood. And then 4 fish brought me out of this delusion. To feed the world the fish I loved would mean losing it. I had such unrealistic expectations, such an isolated point of view. If Roz Naylor left me lost, Paul Greenberg cut me down entirely. I was still on the side of wild fish, on the side of wild fishermen. I found myself questioning my belief system on the fishing industry, questioning my college degree, questioning my entire career path. And then I kept reading. And the more I read, the more I identified with what Paul Greenberg was saying. He talked about the need to preserve wild fish, and how farmed fish can work to accomplish this. It was a similar argument to Roz Naylor, but with a bigger emphasis on wild fish. In an interview with NPR's Terry Gross in 2010, Paul Greenberg puts into words what he talks about in For Fish.
A lot of the book is, there's a fair amount of my going fishing, and that's how I first encountered fish. I never bought seafood, I always caught it. And so for me, it was always wild. That consumers have become so detached from it that they don't even really think of it as wild is disturbing to me. But meanwhile, these creatures are wildlife. These are wild animals that have incredible life cycles. Bluefin tuna can be 12, 14 feet long, 1,500 pounds. They can swim up to 40 miles an hour. They have organs in their head that act as both a sextant and as a compass. They're incredible, incredible animals, and yet, we generally think of them as sushi. Where we stand right now with fish is, as I said earlier, 50% of our seafood is now farmed. We could end up replacing a very good and beautiful and functional wild food system with an expensive, potentially environmentally degrading farmed food system. And I don't want that to happen. I want there to be wild food. I think there has to be some farmed fish as well, but we need to figure out a way to farm it in a way that does not affect wild populations.
In his book, For Fish, Paul Greenberg pinpointed my bias towards the entire farmed fishing industry. I couldn't see fish as things that could be farmed because to me they're wild. To me, salmon are a part of the landscape just as much as the mountains and ocean that cradle my small Alaska town. Every fall, salmon swim in the creek beside my house, and if my family wants fish, we fish for it. And if we don't fish for it, we get it from a neighbor or friend who does. I didn't want to consider any kind of argument for farmed fish because I couldn't imagine seeing my wild friends domesticated in pens, waiting for their daily meal, raised for people who didn't even know where the fish they were eating came from. So, after eating for fish, I began to grapple with this idea of balancing wild fish with farmed fish. But that's all it was, an idea. Something I would think about and try to come to terms with. About 3 weeks into my sailing trip, I was almost finished with 4 fish when our ship dropped anchor on the coast of Christmas Island in the Central Pacific. I came up on deck to get my first glimpse of land in a few days and saw the biggest fishing boats of my entire life. When I think of fishing, I think of family-owned boats that can only fit a crew of 2 to 5 people. But these boats were massive. They weren't boats, they were ships, tuna fishing ships. Ships meant to hunt down and net up any and all tuna in their path. There were 3 of them, capable of housing at least 100 people, and I swear, one of them even had a helicopter pad. We had been learning about the tuna fishing industry and the impending extinction of bluefin tuna throughout the program. And when I saw these ships, it hit me. Not all fisheries are properly managed. Though overfishing isn't a problem in my town, it is and has been elsewhere in Alaska, the U.S., and the world. Farmed fish can supplement the market to decrease the demand that drives overfishing. And in seeing the size of these ships, the scale of industrial fishing, I understood that these ships were feeding people, feeding way more than a family boat can manage. It all just became so real. It wasn't just an idea anymore, but an image. I realized that Roz Naylor was right. With overfishing, farmed fish will need to play a necessary role in food security. And then slowly the wheel started to turn. Everything began to change. I became an Alaskan who's for farmed fish. Well, certain kinds of farmed fish. I am for enclosed aquaculture systems that aren't reliant on fish meal. Fishing for fish to feed farmed fish sounds completely illogical to me. And farming fish in open net pens that risk harming the ocean system through pollution, parasites, and escape is way too much of a gamble. The wild fish system and the farmed fish system shouldn't interact until they are laid side by side in their display case at your local grocery store or fish market. So when it comes to farmed fish, I want to know where it's from and how it's raised. When it comes to wild fish, I want to know where it's from and how it's caught. I don't want to be a consumer blindly supporting unsustainable farming techniques or fishing practices. When I first took on the slogan, "Friends don't let friends eat farmed fish," I didn't know what farmed fish was and had no supporting argument. But since leaving Cordova 3 years ago, I've had my beliefs challenged and been forced to reconsider. But I'm better for it. I'm no longer blindly arguing for a cause, and I can back it up. So I like to peel off that black and yellow bumper sticker and replace it with one that reads, "Friends don't let friends eat unsustainable seafood."
This is KZSU Stanford. Green Good Radio. Green Good Radio you can hear every Monday at 6 p.m. Palo City Council, 7. Right now. Rebroadcast last week's Peninsula Report. This is KZSU.
You're listening to KZSU Stanford 90.1 FM, and this is the Peninsula Report. I'm your host, Eliza Ridgway. Reporters from Stanford's graduate program in journalism join me each week to give us the scoop on local stories and the backstories behind them. ProPublica reporter Julia Angwin's been on campus this week covering America's surveillance economy. At the Wall Street Journal and now at the nonprofit investigative journalism outlet, Angwin covers how the government and corporate America use technology to hoover up incredibly intimate details on a massive scale. She stopped by the Peninsula Report to discuss what the average citizen might want to know about our new dragnet nation. But first, a story of societal values in a very different key. The Savoyards, Stanford's own Gilbert and Sullivan Society, are taking on a question of aesthetics this week. In Patience, their comic opera premiering May 17th, Worlds Collide. In a satire about the surface allure of fads, our local players beam the social mores of Victorian England into the world of fanfic and cosplay. Warning, here be Doctor Who references. Allons-y, Savoyards, welcome.
Thanks.
I had to begin with a Doctor Who reference. Forgive me, but this is one of my biggest fangirl interviews to date, I think. First off, let's just dive right in. This is a story that was written in the late 1800s, but I gather that it is straight off the fan circuit of 2014.
Yes, that's correct. Hi, I'm Doreen Finkelstein. I'm the stage director for the show, and this was all my idea to update the show to 2014, so you can give me the blame for it. So the original show took on a fad that was common at the time that the show was originally produced, which was in 1881, and that fad was something called aestheticism. And the big example of an aesthetic person is Oscar Wilde. And the idea behind aestheticism was that art was the most important attribute. And these people, they dressed in clothes that were not typical of the clothes that the typical Victorian Londoner used to wear. And they acted in spoken ways that were also not typical. So Patience is about this idea of this fad of aestheticism and the people who set the fad just to get admiration and the people who follow the fad just to be part of the in-group and just to follow it. So it's really making fun of this idea of fads and setting fads and not really making fun of aestheticism in and of itself. And Patience itself is not performed very often anymore because we don't know what aestheticism is. But this idea of a fad and following the fad, of course, is still very relevant to 2014. So I took the show and I took aestheticism and I changed it to science fiction fandom. So at every place in the show where it was aestheticism, I changed it to fandom. And in the original show, there were two rival aesthetic poets from two different schools of aestheticism. One of them was a fleshly poet, and one of them was an idyllic poet. And they did have different styles. There's actually differences in some of the things that Gilbert had them say. And I said, well, what in science fiction fandom kind of was analogous to the difference between these two different types of poets? And I thought, Star Trek fandom and Doctor Who fandom.
And I have to say, I knew geeks had arrived if they were being sent up here as overly trendy. I mean, cosplay is really having its moment if it's the thing everyone's doing.
It's true.
So I won't... We've all been raised on the, you failed the geek test if you can't tell the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars in conversation. I dinged someone for making that error last week. But you're delving into some nuanced artistic territory. Describe to me the Whovian versus the Trekker within the world of Patience. What are these two different poetic personas?
Well, one big difference is that the Trekker is not actually really a Trekker. He, in fact, has a whole song about how he's just pretending to be a Star Trek fan just so he can win admiration. And the Whovian is, in fact, a Doctor Who fan. But there are some differences in the fandom. Speaking to someone who myself is a huge Doctor Who fan and also a Star Trek fan, my parents took me to a Star Trek convention when I was a child.
Special orders of the day.
Okay.
There's a couple of things that I wanted to announce before we get into special orders of the day, where we'll first have a community presentation with Matthew Hughes, who's the executive director for Stanford Art Institute, and then a proclamation. But we do have council ballots here for the Planning and Transportation and the Public Art Commission. And since Councilmember Berman is running a little late from his work today, he's asked that we hold off with the tallying of ballots until 7:15. He believes he'll be here by then. There are two different ballots here for the Planning and Transportation because there's two different terms. So we're going to do one round of voting for one position, the position that ends in 2017. And then after that applicant, after we get an applicant that receives 5 votes or more, then this will be the appointment. And then we will have a second round to appoint for the unexpired term that expires in 2016. That way, if your first choice in the first round doesn't make it, you can use your first choice in the second round. And so if you wouldn't mind noticing that, but again, we're not going to call for the tally until after we have all members present. So with that, we're ready to have our partner presentation. And with Stanford, which is a presentation with the Stanford Arts, and you would like to kick this off.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Raina Halpern, Assistant Director of Community Services, and it's my pleasure tonight to introduce to you Matthew Tews, Executive Director of Arts Programs at Stanford University. His responsibilities include coordinating arts programming across campus and overseeing the activities of the Stanford Arts Institute, Stanford Live, and the Bing Concert Hall. Tews is trained in acting and piano performance and holds a BA from Yale and a PhD from Stanford in comparative literature. And we are working with him on a really exciting partnership that he'll be talking to you about tonight. Matthew?
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me here. Let me see if I can pull up our very exciting partnership. There we go. So I'm, as Rena said, Executive Director of Arts Programs at Stanford. I'm responsible for implementing our university-wide arts initiative. And I'm going to just say a few words about that arts initiative and what we're trying to accomplish, and then talk about the partnership that we're very excited to be entering into with the Public Art Commission. So the Stanford Arts Initiative is a commitment on behalf of Stanford University to really make the arts a fundamental part of a Stanford education for all of our students and to improve our offerings in the arts, both for our campus community and for the broader Peninsula and Bay Area community. It was launched in 2006 as part of a university-wide capital campaign. As part of that capital campaign, in between 2006 and 2011, we raised $279 million for the arts. That's going into new faculty positions across our arts departments and programs, new programs in the arts for all of our Stanford students, and the building of an arts district on the front of campus. So just to get you oriented, we're looking down the front of campus there. That's actually a shot from an octocopter, which is a little bit of a drone. And it's to give you a sense of where that arts district is. Many of you may have gone already to Bing Concert Hall. Bing Concert Hall is there on the right-hand part of your screen. On the left-hand part of your screen, you see around the existing Cantor Arts Center, 2 new facilities, the Anderson Collection at Stanford University and the McMurtry Building. So these are all buildings that we're building for the arts at the front of our campus, new resources to make the arts more available to our students and to our community. And we're building them, I think importantly, really right at the front door. And that's in part because we really want to emphasize the significance of the arts for the university. And it's in part because we think it's a good way to build a better connection around the arts to the Palo Alto area and the community. So certainly the ease of access to Bing Concert Hall, I think, has been an improvement in terms of the types of opportunities that we have for people to come to campus and hear musical performance. So Bing Concert Hall, as I said, opened in January of 2013. Many of you may have been there. It's an 842-seat hall that is prioritized for an intimate experience of acoustic music. It has a season. Next year's season is going to be about 60 performances, so really expanding the amount of performance we're able to do on campus. And it's also a place for rehearsal and performance by our student performing arts groups. The Cantor Arts Center, I'm sure you all know, founded in 1891, really at the same time as the first class of the university, and reopened in 1999 after the Loma Prieta earthquake. It's a collection of about 40,000 objects, and it has a very significant exhibition program, which under the new director, Connie Wolf, who came to us from the Contemporary Jewish Museum in San Francisco, has become even more dynamic. The Anderson Collection at Stanford University is a collection of 121 works of post-war to contemporary American art, 86 artists. It's a very significant collection. The Andersons, I'm sure you may know, are local. The core of their collection is coming to the university. We're building a dedicated building for it, which is what you're seeing there, and that's going to open in September of this year. And then on the other side of Cantor, the McMurtry Building, which is the new home for our Department of Art and Art History. This is a building that emphasizes the two strands of that program. There's a making strand, which is the studio practice programs, and a studying strand in the art history side. They're actually taking place in separate strands of this building architecturally and are coming together in that open floor plan library in the center of the building. So we're doing a lot in terms of the facilities, but I also want to emphasize that this is not just facilities. This is really integral to what we are offering as a university education. And one of the ways in which we are making that happen is that we actually now have a requirement around the arts. So starting this year, every Stanford student, every Stanford undergraduate has to take at least one class in what we're calling creative expressions. They have to take at least one making class. They also take studying classes in the arts, humanities, and other areas, but they really absolutely now have to take a class where they are learning how to make in a creative way. And just to give you a flavor of what some of that looks like, this is a gestural performance art piece that involved the entire men's volleyball team doing gestural performance work in Bing Concert Hall along with a large number of other members of the Stanford community. So you can kind of see that from their gesture there. So this is the context in which we are developing this exciting partnership with the Public Art Commission. And the rationale for it is twofold. One, to really increase the amount of engagement through the arts that we're able to offer both to our Stanford community and to the broader Bay Area community. And the other is to really emphasize and create a connection, and a connection through the arts. So the site for this project, which is kind of perfect for this, is the University Avenue Tunnel. It's the sort of connector between the Stanford community and the Palo Alto community. And the project is going to be a very interesting one. It's going to be a project called Passage. The artist is Ala Abtekar, and he's working with Binta Ayofemi. And the project, it's basically two elements, and I know Allah would have loved to be here and talk about it himself, but since he's not here, I'll try to say a little bit about what it's about. The two elements are light and sound. So there will be light washes that will go through the tunnel, and they will be connected to the kind of movement that's happening in that tunnel, so they'll be responsive to that. And there will be soundscapes that will happen in the tunnel environment, and those are going to be both responsive to the type of movement that happens in the tunnel at different times of day. And there'll also be an app that you can use to engage with the soundscapes in the tunnel. And there'll be an opportunity to, I don't know, make recommendations or say what you like and don't like, and have some kind of interaction with the experience that's happening in that tunnel. So I think it'll be a great way to both enhance the kind of energy of that space, which is maybe not as great as it could be, and to really sort of give a sense of what's possible when the city and the university come together in partnership, when we do a work of public art that really is both interesting on an artistic level and also engages with the kind of technology and the kind of sensibility that we have in the Palo Alto area and the Bay Area. And I think it's going to be a really great enhancement to that space. We entered into partnership, the university entered into partnership with the Public Art Commission to fund the development and design of the project. There is still funding being sought for the implementation phase of the project, so that is still something that we're seeking to make happen. And the phase of it, it's a temporary project. It's not going to be a permanent installation. I think it's about 6 months or so is the installation time frame. And it is expected to be implemented, assuming everything goes well, in January of 2015. So the design phase would go up through then, implementation in January of 2015. So I will leave it there. I can answer, certainly I'm easily answer questions about the arts at Stanford, and I can answer general questions, although maybe not detailed questions, about the tunnel project. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Price.
Thank you for your comprehensive presentation. The creativity and all the initiatives are exciting. I do have a personal request. I'm hoping that you can accelerate the schedule for the Anderson Collection building, because I've been looking forward to that, as have many others, for a long time, and it sounds very exciting. But of course, feel free to say yes.
Well, I will tell you, that building has been on an accelerated schedule. It's actually a building that started after the McMurtry building and is going to finish almost a year before the McMurtry. In part, that's because it's a somewhat simpler building, but in part, it's because we really have pushed on that time frame. Hunk Anderson, as you may know, is 92 years old. I once introduced him accidentally as 93, and he made very clear that he's only 92. But we do want to make sure that we move as quickly as possible with this project to have it open as soon as possible. So September, and the building's on time. It's going to be done, looks like end of this month, maybe early next month, so it'll definitely open in September.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, thanks for the presentation. My question is on the tunnel art project. It's intended to be a temporary project, but if it is as much of a hit as it may be, how long could temporary be?
I think that's a question for the Public Art Commission.
Hi, Elise DeMarzo, Public Art Program Manager. I like the way you're thinking. We generally define temporary public art as up to 1 year. And a lot of the reasoning for that is the nature of the installations could be susceptible over time to failure for various reasons. So it's something that could be prolonged, but we would need to monitor it closely.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Niss.
And it's on the same topic. Would you tell us once again about whatever it is that's interactive in the tunnel that involves noise of some kind? Did I mishear you?
You did not mishear me. There's two components to the project, and I think both of them are still being worked out in terms of exactly how they'll function, so I can kind of give you the general concepts of them, but the details are still to be determined and might change over time in this design phase that it's currently in. So the light element is a light wash that goes through, and I think there's one light wash on one side and one on the other side, so depending on which direction you're going in, it would be a different.
And by that you mean lights?
No, I mean, let's see,
color?
I can go back to this slide here so you get a little bit of a sense of it. So really a color wash.
A light color wash.
A light color wash that has different amounts of intensity or different amounts of directionality, different kinds of directionality, depending on the movement in the tunnel. So it's responsive in some way to what's happening in the tunnel, and that responsivity is going to be manifested by either intensity of color or a kind of movement of the light across the space. Now the sound element is going to be, again, to be designed, but the expectation is that it's going to be responsive, I think, in a couple of ways. One is that it will somehow interact with the sounds that are actually being collected from the tunnel, right? So that you'll get some sense of the sounds of people talking and so on, and that'll come into the soundscape that's developed. Now, exactly how that's going to work, I think, again, remains to be determined. But the other piece of it is that there's going to be a way to interact with the sound that's happening in the tunnel through some kind of app or some sort of digital media. So you're going to get an opportunity to either say, here is a part of this soundscape that I really liked, and thumbs up, I want more of that, or here's a song that I really want to have played in the tunnel, and that is going to go into the app. My sense is that the intensity of sound is likely to be pretty low. So it'll be more kind of a wash of sound than it will be, we're not talking about major speakers blaring, ZZ Top throughout the tunnel.
I'm asking in particular because I recall hearing, in fact, it was about our own garage many years ago, that music is a very comforting sound as people get out of a car. It's why they used to have music in elevators and so forth. And I think our tunnels are not always really comfortable places for people to walk. And somehow when you put music or noise or whatever you might put into it, it begins to feel much more comfortable.
Yeah. I think that's a really, really great point. I mean, one of the things that I think is a goal here is that this is also a project about humanizing those tunnels and really making them spaces that feel like exciting, engaging spaces to be. So I think that the opportunity for voices, human voices, for music, to get a sense that that's a space that's not, just a kind of dark underground, but actually has some life to it, is really part of the idea. So that's a great element to really keep in close touch when we think about that.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Klein?
Well, I don't know whether I'm asking a question here or just putting in a plug for one of my favorite projects at Stanford, which is the Contemplative Center. You are in charge of it. Maybe I should leave it to you then to take it from there.
It's a great plug. I had 7 minutes, and we've got a lot going on at Stanford, but that's a really exciting project. So this is the Windover Contemplative Center. This is a center that's being built on Panama Drive on the sort of other side of campus, right near Tresidder Student Union. It's kind of behind Tresidder. And it's a center for a suite of paintings by Nathan Oliveira called Windover. And they're really amazing, amazing paintings. And the idea for it is that this is going to be a space where those paintings are permanently on display. It's a suite of 4 very, very large paintings. And it is designed as a space for quiet contemplation. It'll mostly be available to Stanford students who will be able to go there and kind of swipe their cards and get in and just spend time in meditation and contemplation. But it will also be available to the public. And I think they're going to try to have tours once in a while in the morning. I don't think they've quite figured out exactly how that piece will work out. But I think it will be it's going to be a neat building. And it'll be a really, really lovely space for these very, very significant works of art and for a real sense of what it means to be kind of present with art.
Well, I'll just add a few things since Nathan was a friend, and I was privileged to have a tour of the building that's under construction 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I think it's going to be quite a splendid success. And I'd add that it's going to open in October officially.
That's right. Yeah, the building is supposed to be done in June-ish, and thank you very much. Yeah, it's a neat project.
Councilmember Scharf.
So thank you for coming here today and sharing with us. It was great. On the University Avenue Tunnel, maybe I missed it, but is Stanford partnering financially with Palo Alto on this too or not?
Yes, we partnered financially with Palo Alto on the development phase. So we've contributed to the development phase of the project. And so I think we've still got a gap before the full implementation costs of the project are made possible.
So I was really struck when you said humanizing the tunnels, because these tunnels could definitely do with some humanizing. So, it's interesting when we talk about a temporary artwork, because clearly these tunnels need something on an ongoing basis, as opposed to a lot of places in the city where a temporary artwork could pop up and could go away without a real loss. And my guess is this is going to be wildly successful and wonderful. And the advantages to temporary artwork is that you can then run something else in that space. So I guess what I would like to see is, seeing how this goes, but I'm assuming it'll be successful, is that we come up with some program where we focus on the tunnels between Stanford and Palo Alto on an ongoing basis, and when this goes away, we have something else that takes its place, as opposed to just dying. That seems to make the most sense in that. And so I'm really hopeful you guys can come up with something that goes like that. And I heard about, if necessary, extending it could be a problem because things may die, but I'm assuming that each component has a different lifestyle. And so if something dies within 6 months, I assume you're going to fix it. So, I'm thinking maybe it would be nice if it stayed until you have something to change it out with. And there was some planning of how you're going to do that and think about that a little bit.
That sounds great. Thank you. I mean, so I think we from Stanford's side got into this in part because there was an opportunity and it looked like an exciting project, and in part really to pilot a sense of can we really activate that tunnel, which clearly, is calling out for it. So I think this is really, in a way, both a project in and of itself and a kind of proof of concept for something that we might try to do on a more ongoing basis. And whether that's, finding the permanent installation that's the exact right thing that should always be there, or whether that's a kind of ongoing sequence of really exciting temporary installations, which I think could be really neat. That 6 months, every 6 months when you come back to Palo Alto, or if you're waiting for June 30th on the train, because that July 1st it's going to be a new project, that could be a very exciting way to go. And I think we'd certainly be very open to trying to figure out how that could work.
No, I think the series of changing ones would be fantastic. It's just making sure there's a commitment in getting that done,
right,
as opposed to a permanent. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a thought, serious but tongue-in-cheek a little bit. So I run through the tunnel quite regularly, and we've installed the dismount zone signs and the walk your bike signs, but an interactive sound thing would be really nice for the people who never get off their bikes, to say, hey, would you please get off of your... You were going to say that? It would save me from a lot of yelling that I'm doing at myself all the time.
Get off your bike and walk. I've almost been clipped there and thrown off of my feet there with people flying through the tunnel as you walk down from the train. It's kind of a blind corner. Yeah, it could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a note for a dismount sound to go in there. That sounds good.
Well, thank you very much. This has been fun, and we're going to have to move on our meeting to the items we have to take up tonight. But thank you very much for bringing this forward. This was good information for us to have ahead of time, and a lot of fun. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Moving on, we have a proclamation for National Police Week, and I've asked Councilmember Price to read this.
National Police Week, May 11th through May 17th, 2014. Whereas the President of the United States and Congress have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as the National Police Week, and whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police officers, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people, to safeguard lives and property, to protect the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence or disorder, and to respect the constitutional right of all to liberty, equality, and justice. And whereas one law enforcement officer on average is killed in the line of duty somewhere in the United States every 58 hours, since the first known line of duty death in 1791, more than 20,000 U.S. law enforcement officers have made the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas there are more than 900,000 sworn law enforcement officers now serving in the United States, which is the highest figure ever, with around 12% of those are female. Whereas the men and women of the Palo Alto Police Department unceasingly provide a vital service with integrity and respect, and to honor officers Lester Cole, Jean Clifton, and Theodore Brasinga, who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our community. And let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. Now, therefore, I, Nancy Shepard, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim and call upon the citizens of Palo Alto to observe the week of May 11th to May 17th, 2014, as Police Week with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which all of our people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present.
Thank you. Chief Burns, I'm to give you this proclamation. Did you want to say anything in response to it?
If I can, thank you very much.
Mayor Shepard, members of the council, appreciate the proclamation. And thank you for honoring Officer Lester Cole, Officer Gene Clifton, and Officer Ted Bersinga for their service. On Thursday, May 15th, it marks the 20th anniversary of the death of Officer Ted Bersinga. Police Department will be holding a ceremony at Cogswell Plaza. Mayor Shepard will be presiding and will be dedicating 3 redwood trees as a hero's grove, as well as a plaque will be placed in their memory. Mrs. Bersinga, Officer Bersinga's widow, will be there as well. And so thank you again on behalf of the department for this special proclamation, and we hope to see you on Thursday.
Thank you. Next on our agenda will be, we're going to skip over the balloting for commissions and go straight to the city manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. A couple of items to report. The council had received some letters from members of the Audubon Society, the Sierra Club, the Peninsula Humane Society, and the SPCA related to a squirrel management problem out at the city's landfill. And I did want to advise the council that squirrel management program has been put on hold. I've asked the Public Works staff to meet with the regulatory agency, the local enforcement agency, which is the Santa Clara Department of Environmental Health, who has a health and regulatory authority related to the cap, and to kind of go over the kind of issue of the number of squirrels that are there that threaten the landfill is actually boring into it, breaking the cap, and then having both methane and potentially harmful leachate escaping, and to explore alternatives that we might pursue in addressing the squirrel problem. So following that, I would expect we'll be able to respond formally to the letters that the council has received sometime in the next week or so. In addition, I did want to provide a couple of updates related to the city's Bicycle Boulevard program. As you know, we're in the early stages of our Bicycle Boulevard implementation program focused on data collection and community outreach. The city has held 3 Saturday bike-alongs to date, with the final bike-along taking place in South Palo Alto, and is sponsoring a table each Sunday in May at the California Avenue Farmers Market. Citizens who are interested in participating in the final bike-along event should meet at Piazza's Market at the corner of Charleston and Middlefield Road at 10 a.m. for a 2-hour tour of projects funded by Google, including the Montrose Bicycle Boulevard and the Alma Street enhanced bikeway from San Antonio to Charleston Road. That's this Saturday, the 17th. Additional information on the Bicycle Boulevard program is now available at the City of Palo Alto's website, cityofpaloalto.org/bike. And if you worth checking it out. It's folks who are interested but can't attend the outreach events. The website includes an interactive mapping tool that allows residents to provide feedback directly to the city on projects. The second item deals with some traffic data collection efforts, and the city has been using both traditional roadway tube counters, which sit flat in the road, and new video-based traffic data collection equipment as part of the Bicycle Boulevard program. The video-based traffic data counters are being deployed for 7 days at a time in various locations across the city as a way to capture bicycle and pedestrian volume. Data that the traditional roadway sensors are not sensitive enough to collect. The use of video-based traffic data counters is fairly new for the city and is helpful in us being able to establish a good baseline data of current bicycle and pedestrian use that was not previously been available to the city. The video equipment stores video on-site and is then viewed off-site by our consultant traffic data collection partners. The city does not receive raw video format. We get the final data counts only after they're processed. The video images capture bicycle and pedestrian activity from sidewalk to sidewalk of a street only and are pointed towards the street. The data collection started the week of April 28th and will continue through the end of next week. Additional information is also available online at the same location that I gave you. I do think it's unfortunate, though, that we did not get this news out in advance, and I think we had a few surprising situations with folks sort of surprised by these cameras being put up. So we'll probably be doing some more extensive outreach on that, and I'm happy to answer any other questions later on this week if you have ongoing questions or concerns about that. I have two announcements, both related to Phil Boble, who will be here in a little while this evening. First of all, Phil is being honored as an outstanding local environmental leader at Actera's Party for the Planet fundraiser this Friday, May 16th. This award is given each year to a Peninsula community member who leads and inspires environmental stewardship in service of Actera in our Peninsula community. Phil has been involved with Actera since the early 90s in various roles, including project partner, board member, and is the board president of the Pennsylvania Conservation Center, a parent organization of Actera. Phil is always generous with his time and insights, enthusiastic, positive, and cultivates leadership qualities in others. And the event will be held Friday, May 16th, 6:30 p.m. at the University Club of Palo Alto. Secondly, Phil was nominated for and chosen to receive the American Public Works Association Silicon Valley Chapter Award for Outstanding Service in a Public Agency. This annual award excuse me. This annual award is given to a public agency staffer who inspires excellence and dedication in public service through outstanding career achievements. Phil, obviously truly worthy of this award for his inspiration of others, and he will receive it at the annual American Public Works Association Silicon Valley Chapter Awards presentation on May 21st in Mountain View. Mayfet Parade. The temperatures luckily cooled down and a good crowd of onlookers cheered on our community's youth as they marched down University Avenue last Saturday at the 92nd Annual Mayfet Children's Parade. We saw lots of good examples of kids demonstrating how they can be a good neighbor to those in need, and special thanks go out to those council members and commissioners who were able to attend, and special thanks to the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation and the Kiwanis Club of Palo Alto for hosting the fair after the parade. And I don't know if we included this in the council packet, the numbers on the counts from Bike to Work Day yet. So we had a great event this year with the counts from the 4 stations on the Bike to Work Day totaling 1,757. That's an overall 16% increase just over last year. California Avenue in particular with 815 saw an increase of 33% more bike riders this year over last year. I'm expecting Kathy Durham on our staff will give you a more detailed summary. And just in case you haven't seen these flyers going around the community from the Santa Clara County Vector Control District, sending notice out about to Palo Alto and other residents about an invasive new mosquito, which can also known as the yellow fever mosquito. Apparently carries dengue fever and other problems. It was first discovered in August of 2013 at the Holy Cross Cemetery in a residential area of Menlo Park. And it can be a major nuisance. And there's fact sheets and information about how to prevent being bitten, what you can do, and how you can help folks. The Santa Clara, how people can be helped. The Santa Clara County Vector Control District phone number is 408-918-3404. And that's all I have to report.
Okay, Councilmember Scharf, I think, has a question for you.
I do have a question for you.
Hopefully it's not about the mosquitoes.
No, it's
Okay.
actually about cameras. It's actually sort of an equivalent issue. Before we got on council, I think it's 5 years ago almost, I think the council authorized license plate readers for our police department. And then we actually didn't purchase those till a few years ago, if I recall. And then when I asked questions about it, we were going to have some sort of a policy discussion as to what the policies were with the use of that information, what the safeguards were, those kind of things. And I was thinking, I know our cops have those, and I was thinking that discussion's never come forward to the council. And we've never really set policy as to how that information can be used and that kind of stuff. And so I was wondering if we could see that a little bit and make some comments on it, so when the public finds out about all this, they actually know that there's stuff in play to make sure that privacy rights are protected.
I can see what we can do about bringing something back. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Price also has a question.
Thank you. Also, I would like to know if you've given this some consideration. We allocated up to $250,000 for homeless services. I forget how many months ago, 6 months ago, maybe more. And I wondered, when will that information come back regarding how that money has been utilized and what some of the outcomes have been?
As a status report, okay. I'll say what we can do. I know Mink is going to be here later tonight on one of the items, so I'll even be able to ask her that, and I can tell you that after the meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Once again, since Councilmember Berman is not here, we will hold the vote for our commissioners and move into oral communications. I did skip over, I'm so sorry, agenda changes, additions, and deletions, which we do not have any except for our voting procedure this evening. So we do have a number of speakers for oral communication. This is when you can speak on any subject you would like that is not already on the council agenda. You'll have 3 minutes. Our first speaker will be Dennis Scherzer, to be followed by Deborah Galligs.
Thank you. I wanted to apologize for my demeanor on the 29th. In the history of East Palo Alto Sanitary District, working with the city of Palo Alto, when people have come to us, we've always had a complete place for them on the agenda. We always made sure that the concerns were heard, made all our staff facilities available, made a place for them at the table, and even fed them lunch and dinner. So I had an expectation of being able to access communication with you similarly easily, and it didn't happen. So expectation leads to upset, and I was upset. So I apologize for that. And hopefully going forward, there'll be some means that we can communicate, because it hasn't happened between the decision makers, and I feel there needs to be frank and open discussion on a number of issues. So I ask that you make that available. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Galligs, to be followed by Wynn Gershich, and if you wouldn't mind correcting my pronunciation of your last name.
Deborah Gallegos.
Thank you.
Mayor Shepard and council members. I'd like to share an article on smart meters, the opposite of green. It's an article by Jerome Johnson. Throughout the developing world, utility companies are rushing without informed consent to install wireless smart electric meters on homes and businesses. To the surprise of the utility companies, a global resistance has developed against smart meters. On one side of the controversy are the corporations and governments who continue to say that smart meters are safe and who insist that we shall just trust their modernization plans. On the other side is a growing chorus of independent scientists, doctors, privacy and legal experts, whistleblowers, injured people, and concerned citizens pushing back against the smart meter program. To get to the bottom of this controversy and to find out exactly why so many people are against smart meters, filmmakers and transparency advocate Josh Del Sol spent the past 2 years making a documentary about smart meters. Take Back Your Power is an eye-opening film that has already won multiple awards, including the Indie Film Fest Annual Humanitarian Award as Film of the Year. The film looks for the reasons why there are over 200 anti-smart meter organizations around the world. The issue includes privacy, surveillance, NASA data extraction, smart meter fires, hacking, electric grid vulnerability, public rights, increased consumer bills, time of use pricing, lack of energy savings, and health impact. The NSA surveillance and the Constitution. Edward Snowden revealed how much the NSA knows about us from email, cell phones, and other communication data. He also showed us how technology companies are somewhat complacent in their surveillance. Why is not often mentioned is that smart meters are an integral part of this surveillance network. Utility companies will maintain that your data is secure. However, if Google cannot protect your data from NSA, you really need to trust PG&E too. Furthermore, utility companies and commissions have even admitted that they are seeking the market to data harvesting of all smart meters to our homes. Thank you.
Wynn Gershich, to be followed by Joe Hirsch.
Thank you.
I'm going to continue with Debbie's report on smart meters, the opposite of green. And they were talking about how Google had bought a company, and it was right here, it says, Google has just purchased Nest, a smart home company, for $32 billion. And they're collecting data in PG&E, and they're telling everybody what we purchase and all kinds of stuff. But the good thing about these smart meters is the fact that if you have anything in your house that has mercury in it, like the fillings in your teeth, or maybe you had a screw put in your Achilles tendon, or you have an artificial hip that's made out of metal, and they're putting all these microwaves in your house, in that film they show it's 600 times the amount of what we should be exposed to. And because our bodies don't get hot, they don't consider it a threat. But the fact is, it's been proven that it does cause cancer. And PG&E seems to be getting away with it because they got $11 billion from our government to put this in everybody's home. So right now there's a huge campaign throughout Europe and in many places here. Many cities have actually stopped it. The person who wrote this article stopped it in Sedona, Arizona. And if you look back at the end of this article, it says, take back your power, and you can opt out on the smart meter, and they give you the PG&E phone number. And then it says that there is a template on freedomtakers.com. Everybody check that out, freedomtakers.com. And you can write a letter to PG&E and say you're not going to pay their extortion money because they're claiming they're going to charge you to take this thing off your house that is destroying your health and putting electromagnetic microwaves and stuff in your home. And destroying your health on top of this, and we didn't ask for that, and nobody has the right to do that. And to take your privacy, they know that if Google has just purchased all these drones, they can fly over your house and look into your house as though it has no walls, because these microwaves actually generate pictures. And they have notebooks in this video that these computers, they can put it up in front of your house and see into your house as though there's no walls. They can see you on the toilet. They can see you in bed. And, does anybody have that right? This is the New World Order, George Orwell, 1984. We're living it right now. And they're also talking at the end of this that do check out this movie, takebackyourpower.net. You can get the movie, you can have all kinds of things, and we need to get this done here. And also, too, if the city councils are trying to be sustainable and they want to collect thermometers with mercury, why is all of their ordinances that you have to put these things in your house, and they're loaded with mercury, and yet they don't have a depository for this, the way they do the pharmaceutical ones, in the garbage cans? You should have one of these and collect these things, because there's a whole lot of people that don't speak English and don't know that when these break, you're supposed to get out of the room for 3 hours, and there's a special way of cleaning them up because they're loaded with mercury. So why on earth would you do this? Because this also, when you ping these electromagnetic microwaves in your house, it comes off of this too. It's a little bit more radiation. Get rid of them in your home if you have them.
Joe Hirsch will be our final speaker on oral communication.
Mayor Shepherd, excuse me, my apologies, and City Council members, I urge you to enact a formal moratorium on all high-density development in Palo Alto, including planned community developments and other high-density rezoning. Last year, after Measure D, then Mayor Scharf said he supported a moratorium on all PCs. I don't know where that stands right now, but I don't think anything formal has been undertaken by council. When projects come forward, I don't particularly care what staff says, what Hexagon says. The empirical world that I live in outside in Palo Alto says that traffic is horrible. Arastradero Road is just a long line of traffic. It's not uncommon, as I found tonight when I came over here to council chambers, that there was a line of traffic from El Camino, traffic going east, as it were, all the way back to where I got out of Georgia, and cars still coming in. Charleston is a mess sometimes, leading to the railroad tracks. When I leave my cardiac exercise program in the morning and I go on San Antonio from Middlefield toward El Camino, it's not uncommon to have 2 lanes of traffic from Middlefield all the way back to the high rise over the railroad tracks. That's a lot of cars being held up. It seems in some respects that we live in a parallel universe, council and the rest of us. The residents of the city are thoroughly upset and opposed to having more developments to bring in more cars, more traffic jams. We have a drought. We've been asked for a 10% voluntary cutback in water usage, and it could go to 20% if it continues. I know droughts come and go, but that over time we have more development, we have more people. Bay Area is going from 7 million, they say, to 9.3 million. If we don't have the water and we don't have the infrastructure that can support that, at some point in time we need some leadership to say we need to put a halt to it for some period of time, take a step back, look at it, see whether it makes sense to continuously have more jobs being created, which creates the need for more homes, and then put in more homes, and this cycle goes on continuously. So once again, I urge that council show some leadership and enact a moratorium that will put a stop to high-density development for some period of time, and give us a chance to assess where we are and what the city as a whole can tolerate going forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the city manager like to state for the record that we do have a timeout on our PC ordinance?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I mean, council.
Well, I want to make sure that people are not left with the opinion that, we are not seriously
I think
taking.
the council's been very focused on that, knowing that that has been the sort of focus in particular as it relates to discretionary decisions that the council can make relating to projects, and in particular those with higher density. So there are none of those that are scheduled to come before the council at all. And do we have a time frame?
That's right. My recollection is that council took a pause on PCs and directed that no PCs, including a current one in process, should come forward to council until planning has an opportunity to review the process and recommend reforms.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on the record for this evening. Moving on, we have consent, and we've got a council member. So we're going to go ahead and move into the consent calendar. We have 2 items here. And clerk, do we have any cards for this consent calendar? I don't have any here. So I'm going to call for a motion.
So moved.
Okay. I can't hear you. It was moved by Vice Mayor Niss and seconded by Karen? Okay. Councilmember Holman. Let's vote on the board. And that motion, that carries. Councilmember Price? That carries unanimously. Now we have 6 action items to take up tonight. And the first one is a public hearing, which I cannot participate in because my husband has a business in the downtown business district, so I will have the Vice Mayor run that portion of this meeting. The next item, item number 9, is when we take up a potential, item number 8, is the return from our April 29th meeting on the energy compost facilities proposals. There will be a brief staff presentation on the 2 proposals considered at our last meeting, the original staff recommendation and the alternate staff recommendation. After going out for public comment, I will open it up for council questions, comments, and actions on the original recommendation by staff and the alternative recommendation. I would like to remind colleagues to be judicious with their comments and considerate of other colleagues' time by keeping their comments focused. Item number 9 will be the taking up. We will be taking up a charter amendment changes, which we might want to put on the ballot in November. Primarily, this is focused on 3 initial considerations called out in 2 colleagues' memos from 2013. All of these charter changes will require a vote approval by a simple majority. August 8th, 2014 is the final day the council can consider placing an initiative on the ballot. Council has a regular meeting on August 4th, and our first meeting, which will be our first meeting after the July break. I'll go into more specifics on that as we take that item up. Item number 10 is Policy and Services recommendation to move the Abonitas and the Palo Alto Community Child Care Agreements out of the HISRAP process. I will turn this over to the Policy and Services Chair, Councilmember Price, for an initial kickoff of the item, then allow non-PS Policy and Services member to ask questions or make comments if there are any. Then I will return to the Chair to make the motion for the committee. Item number 11 is a Finance Committee referral to the Human Resources Commission to consider expanding funds for critical and new and emerging needs. The City Manager has recommended Council review the Finance Committee recommendation prior to engaging the HRC. We will first hear from the City Manager and then the Finance Chair and the public before taking up the item by Council. I will call on non-committee members first for questions and comments before the Finance Committee members and return to the Chair for a motion. Item 12 is under legislative. It's a resolution to support closing the commercial property tax loophole created by Prop 13. This is an initiative Councilmember Schmid brought forward to City School Committee and is now before us. After a brief introduction by staff, Councilmember Schmid will start our conversation for the council consideration. Now, Councilmember Schmid, do you have a question before we go into the action items?
Before we go into the action item, we have item 4. And I think it might be appropriate to resolve
Do
that.
we have an announcement? Okay, thank you.
Okay, starting first with the Public Art Commission, I have Councilmember Berman voting for Jim Migdal, Councilmember Burt voting for Christine Kelly, Councilmember Holman voting for Christine Kelly, Councilmember Klein voting for Christine Kelly, Vice Mayor Niss voting for Jim Migdal, Councilmember Price voting for Jim Migdal. Councilmember Scharf voting for Jim Migdal. Councilmember Schmidt voting for Jim Migdal. And Mayor Shepard voting for Christine Kelly. With 5 votes, Jim Migdal has been appointed to the Public Art Commission for a term ending April 30th, 2017.
Thank you. And do you have Plan and Transportation?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Councilmember Berman, this is for the term ending October 31st, 2017. Councilmember Berman voting for Eric Rosenblum. Councilmember Burt voting for Eric Rosenblum. Councilmember Holman voting for Eric Rosenblum. Councilmember Klein voting for Eric Rosenblum. Vice Mayor Niss voting for Eric Rosenblum. Councilmember Scharf voting for Eric Rosenblum. Councilmember Schmidt voting for Eric Rosenblum. And Mayor Shepard voting for Eric Rosenblum, who has been appointed with 9 votes.
And now we have our second ballot for Plan and Transportation, so we'll go ahead and make that. We'll go ahead and vote. And I am going to give you, we can take this up after item number 7, which is the bid, and I'm going to turn the meeting over to the Vice Mayor. Okay, I'll be back. You're out of here? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. And while they are collecting the ballots, we are going to do number 7, which is a public hearing. And this is to levy an assessment on the businesses in the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District, the BID, for the fiscal year 2015. I just have one card on this when we get to the public hearing, and that is from Chop Keenan. If anyone else wants to talk to us about that, would you give a card to the clerk? So this is the time and the place for a public hearing on the levy of an assessment on businesses in the Downtown Business Improvement District, as I said, for next year. In February, now just about 10 years ago, the city established the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District, and annually we must hold a public hearing to authorize the levy of an assessment in the next fiscal year. On April 21st, the council set this time and day as the time and place for the public hearing on the proposed levy of an assessment for the next year. The council appointed the board of directors of the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association as the advisory board for the BID. The advisory board has prepared its annual report for the fiscal year and submitted it to the council. The city published the required notice in a local newspaper of record regarding reauthorization of the BID for 2015, which is required by BID law. All interested persons will have an opportunity to provide testimony this evening, and at the conclusion of the public hearing, the council would determine whether or not a majority protest exists. A majority protest will exist if the owners of businesses that will pay 50% or more of the proposed levy of an assessment have filed and not withdrawn a written protest. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Thomas Fehrenbach. I'm the Economic Development Manager. I think that you covered all the points succinctly, and I just wanted to point out that besides myself, we have Ann Senti Willis, who's the volunteer chair of the Business Improvement District's Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association, as well as Russ Cohen, the executive director. And after the public hearing, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Good. Thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. I have one card from Chop Keenan and no others unless someone else comes forward.
An uppity protester. So, as I've stated to the council many times, business is not allergic to all kinds of taxes and assessment. And tonight I'm speaking to the Business Improvement District, which is basically a business license tax already imposed in the downtown. The fees are substantial, depending on the size, but most Our retailers are paying $450 a year. Service, commercial, $340. Professionals, $225. And financial institutions, $340. And hotels, $340. So we already have a business license tax. This is on top of the 18 cents per foot per month in parking bonds that we pay downtown, and the $460 per year in the parking to get a parking permit, which pays the roughly $2.4 million of operation and maintenance of the parking district annually. And that includes $120,000 for streets teams and about $160,000 for police and steam maintenance of all the sidewalks in the parking assessment district. So now the city is suggesting a business registry fee, which is basically a $75 sign-up sheet for a business license tax. You only need to look at the colleagues' memo to see where that money will actually be spent, where we're going with that. And for home businesses that haven't paid their use and occupancy certificates, there'll be a $430 assessment and a $75 suggested recovery fee. Good luck in finding all those home-based businesses. All this without a vote. Some say every city has a business license tax, but if Gary Facino was here, he would vouch that the quid pro quo for the business support on the utility users tax, which brings in $11 million a year, 68% of which is paid by business, was no business license tax. We supported the UTT and continue to support that, notwithstanding that it's going to go to the voters with a 40% increase from 5 to 7% in November. We'll see how the voters look at that. So we have a license tax already. I urge you not to do this registry fee. And if the registry fee comes, I don't think we need both. A business license, a bid tax, and a registry fee tax.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And looking back at staff, we would now determine whether or not we have a majority protest. And this is our report from the Economic Development Manager.
Thank you. I can determine that there is no majority protest, and therefore you may move forward. Thank you.
So in the absence of that, I will make the motion, the adoption of resolution confirming the report of the Advisory Board and levying an assessment for fiscal year 2015 on the downtown Palo Alto Business Improvement District. Well, thank you. I am not going to speak to that. Does your second wish to speak? No. I think that's self-explanatory. So with that, would you vote on the board, please? I'm sorry. Did you have your light on? Oh. I've missed your lights. Excuse me, which was first, Bert or Holman?
Bert was first. I just wanted to ask the staff to respond to Mr. Keenan's claims that the occupancy permit and the business registry would apply to home-based businesses.
Thank you. That is not correct. An occupancy permit is for a business occupying a commercial space, and therefore a home-based business is exempt by definition.
And the business registry?
Yours is on.
The business registry direction that the council gave was for us to specifically exempt home-based businesses.
Councilmember Holman?
Those were my questions. Thank you.
And Councilmember Klein.
In the same vein, there's also no proposal to increase the utility users tax from 5% to 7% or to increase it at all.
Thank you all for your comments, and now would you vote on the board? Mr. Burt, could you green button? And that passes with 8 members present: Councilmember Holman, Scharf, Burt, Vice Mayor Niss and Mark Berman has joined us, Gail Price, Larry Klein, and Greg Schmidt. And with that, this has passed, and we would invite the mayor, the real mayor, to come back into the room. Or not. Thank you.
Okay, okay, and we have our final ballots are in and ready to be announced.
Yes, I have Councilmember Berman voting for Brian Hamachek, Councilmember Burt voting for Presmak Gardias, Councilmember Holman voting for Presmak Gardias, Councilmember Klein voting for Presmak Gardias, Vice Mayor Niss voting for Presmak Gardias, Councilmember Price voting for Brian Hamachek, Councilmember Scharf voting for Brian Hamachek, Councilmember Schmidt voting for Presmak Gardias, Mayor Shepard voting for Brian Hamachek. With 5 votes, Presmak Gardias has been appointed for the term ending October 31st, 2016.
Thank you. All right, and we are done with item number 7. So we are now going to take up item number 8, and this is the return of the energy compost facilities proposal. We'll have a brief staff presentation, and they're getting organized right now. So we'll wait for a few while they get settled.
Good evening, Mayor Shepard and council members. Mike Sarter, Public Works Director. I will be turning over this presentation tonight to Phil Boble. Also at the table up here with me is Jamie Allen, our manager of our water quality control plant, to answer any technical questions. So with that, Phil.
Phil Boble, Public Works. We're going to keep this presentation short since most of you have seen most of this, but a couple haven't. So we'll go through this pretty quickly, real briefly on background. Then we're going to focus on this recommended organics facilities plan, because that's really the meat of the staff recommendations. Real quickly on the proposals and several aspects that several of you asked about, net present values and scoring. We'll touch on that real quickly. And then we'll spend most of the time on the recommendations and the next steps. So, quick reminder, this is the lay of the land. The blue is the 10-acre Measure E site, which has been, for a 10-year period, removed from the park land. The darker area to the left is the 3-acre relatively flat portion of the 10-acre site, and we'll be referring to it that way, the relatively flat 3.8-acre portion of the Measure E site. The water quality control plant is in kind of a lime green, and the old landfill, now Bixby Park, is to the right of the most of the Measure E site. So tonight, what we're doing, our recommendation involves putting two things together. One is the outcome of the proposals, what we learned from having this RFP. And then secondly, our biosolids facility plan, which looked only at biosolids. Should we have to do something completely by itself, sort of our backup plan. And we learned a lot from doing that. And now we're putting the two together, and we're calling the outcome of that our Organics Facility Plan, or our OFP. The Biosolids Facilities Plan looked at our whole site, looked at the long-range facilities plan that we gave you several years ago now, and that brown area is what's been carved out for biosolids facilities as we did the long-term planning, and that biosolids facilities plan assumes that that's where the biosolids facilities will go. So let's talk for a moment about this organics facilities plan. We broke it into 4 components, and originally we had envisioned that these would be somewhat staged, as that bar chart indicates. You're going to see some alternative recommendations tonight where we wouldn't stage these 4, but they'd all start immediately. The first is the biosolids dewatering and truck off-haul facility. We think we need this regardless of anything else because even right now, we're at a disadvantage at the sewage treatment plant. We don't have a good way to get our biosolids off somewhere else if an emergency occurs. If our incinerators go down, we're not well suited at all to be able to handle that situation. So partly due to emergencies and urgent situations, we need this facility. For any of the options that we considered, we needed this facility. And it is a biosolids only facility. There wouldn't be any yard trimmings in it. There wouldn't be any food in it. The next component is the anaerobic digestion. And this is really the big, both in terms of dollars and size, sort of the big ticket item here. This would be anaerobic digestion, wet anaerobic digestion, meaning it's all submerged in a water solution. And it would treat at first biosolids, but then added to it could be food or would be food under our scenario. And that gets us to the third component, which is that food scrap pre-processing. You can't just throw the food scraps into the anaerobic digester without pre-processing, removing unwanted plastics, stuff like that. So either removing them or grinding them up. So you see that the food scrap pre-processing would come online, and then, as indicated by that arrow, that material also would be added to the anaerobic digester. The fourth component is the composting of yard trimmings. And this is fairly, under the plan that we now envision, fairly distinct from the first 3 components. It only has yard trimmings, it doesn't have biosolids, it doesn't have food, so it kind of stands alone. We'll talk more about that. Originally, in the staff recommendations, we had envisioned this being staggered a bit, but in the alternative recommendations that we'll get to, this would happen, the RFP on this would happen immediately, as would all the other components start at once. So that's our organics facility plan. The proposals, we have 3 remaining proposals since the screening step: Harvest Power, Synagro, and We Generation Canby. And there was some discussion last time about the net present value. There's a long discussion about that in the staff report. I'm not going to go over that now, but we've scrubbed these numbers again. I apologize that we've made revisions, several revisions now of that number that's bolded in the upper left-hand corner. So the number now is $89.1 million. That's the subject of the discussion last time. I won't go over this except to say that it does show that our organics facility plan would be cheaper than the other proposals and cheaper than our current situation. With respect to greenhouse gases, the middle row, the organics facility plan is not quite as greenhouse gas friendly as the We Generation can be. That negative number means that we're actually going below where we are now, right? So it's minus 5,000 metric tons approximately from the current situation. So those numbers are taken from the current situation. That's why those are negative. We can talk more about that if you like, but in the interest of time, we'll keep moving. Here's another thing that came up last time that there was interest in, so in the staff report we described it in more detail. I would just point out that the criteria are shown on the left, the white on green text. That criteria we spent a fair amount of time on and got council to look at it as well, and that we feel we are bound to in reviewing the proposals now. And you can see that Synagro was the number one scoring proposal, whether you look at it from a cost perspective or those non-cost criteria. So looking at it either way, Synagro was the number one scoring. And again, we can talk about that more if you like, but in the interest of time, I'll move on. So our recommendations. So the staff recommendations, in a moment we'll see some alternative recommendations that are tweaked from this, but what you see here are the first two of our original staff recommendations. And the first one is to reject all the proposals from the current RFP, and I'll explain that in a minute. The second one is for you to direct us to initiate and pursue this organics facility plan, the thing that we just talked about. So why reject these proposals? Well, the most fundamental reason is that the new organics facility plan, the endpoint that we're now recommending to you, is too different from our original RFP to commence negotiations with any of the proposals. The second listed is we now see, as we've looked at the biosolids facility plan and studied the proposals, and we now see that we would be better served shifting to a city-owned, two city-owned facilities, not the whole project, not all four of the components, but at least two of the components, components 1 and 2. That's this truck off-haul facility and dewatering and the wet anaerobic digester itself. These are fairly standard sewage treatment plant kinds of things, and in almost all sewage treatment plants across the United States, the government entity owns and operates them, and we think that's the way to go from several perspectives. Again, we can get into that if you like. Then another reason, the top scorer, Synagro, did not produce energy, and one of the fundamental ideas behind Measure E was this production of energy, and so it just didn't seem like we had the right fit there. Another reason that didn't quite make the slide, but is an important one, is that it'd be a good idea to retest the market now, go back out and get new prices. Now that we have a new endpoint, this organics facility plan, we've narrowed what we're looking at. We're not looking at the innovative new bleeding edge technologies that we thought we were going to get under the old RFP. We're looking at really tried and true technologies, and we feel it'd be cities best served by going out and getting new prices on those. And another reason, a supporting reason sort of, not a fundamental reason, as I showed you on that one chart, it looks like mostly because of the advantages of public financing that we get, that the city owning and operating those two components that I mentioned, it's going to be cheaper. And that for the most part, the greenhouse gases are going to be either the same or less than the proposers with a city project. So for those reasons, we're recommending rejecting the RFP, canceling the current RFP, rejecting the proposals. But here's an alternative recommendation now, and you got this at Places last, or a little before council meeting 2 weeks ago, and we're returning now with these same alternative recommendations. And I numbered them the same way. So the first one, instead of just saying reject the proposals or cancel the RFP, it says cancel the current RFP and immediately issue a new RFP to implement components 2 through 4. That's everything except that dewatering and truck off-haul. We didn't include that because in a subsequent recommendation that we're going to get to, we already recommended proceeding on that one. And the second important piece of that alternative recommendation is the next sentence. Use of the flat portion of the Measure E site for yard trimming shall be favored. In other words, make it clear that that's the direction council wants us to head. It can't be a final decision because CEQA isn't done, but you can indicate a preference for having the yard trimmings on the flat 3.8 acre flat portion, the 3.8 acre portion of the site. All those words wouldn't fit up there, but that's what the recommendation itself would say. The second alternative recommendation is pretty much the same as the first one, again, directing us to implement the organics facility plan. The rest of these recommendations are essentially the same, some minor tweaks between the alternative and the staff recommendation. So I'm just showing it here as the staff recommendation. I don't think there were any tweaks at all to these two. So for component number 1, that's this truck off-haul and dewatering facility, you'd be directing us to apply for this state revolving fund loan. It's something that's done fairly early in the process to apply. It gets us in line for this very low interest rate money, which is very desirable for us to get. It's not a final commitment on your part. And then recommendation number 4 would be to initiate design of that same component. We do that with an RFP. We'd have an RFP for design and CEQA. So just to remind you that that's what that component is that first bar, and that's recommendations 3 and 4. So recommendation 5, and these don't, the alternative recommendation is substantially the same, would be initiate the pre-design work for component 2 through 4. There's some pre-design work which we have to do before we can issue the RFP, and under the alternative recommendations we'd minimize this, but we've still got to address these topics that I've listed here. And just to go over them quickly, it's that electricity pricing, it's the decision worked out between Public Works and the Utilities Department and the UAC, and final approval by council of how much money are we going to get when this project essentially sells it to the utility department. Next one is sizing. How big is the facility going to be? And that goes along with the third one, is how many partners, if any, are we going to have on the food part of this? We know on the sewage part of it we'll have our 5 other partners in the sewage treatment plant. But on the food side, we don't know if we'll have any, and we've got to work that out. We've got to have financing plans. We've got to decide on purchasing mechanism and a decision on the CEQA tool that's going to be used. So those are the key things that we've got to do, and you'd be directing us to do them. Recommendation number 6 is to come back with a new timeline. We have an old one that's a little over a year old. But now, whether you direct us to do the original recommendations or the alternative recommendations, will dictate what this timeline looks like, and just updating it from, given this over a year old, is also necessary. So we'll come back to you in December of 2014 with this new timeline based on your direction. So the next steps, the time has passed, and we've done a couple of these steps. We've had the next series of meetings with the partners, but that's an ongoing task for us because there's no final project for them to approve. Even now, we have to keep updating them, keep them in the loop, and then when there is something that is approved by you, then seek seek their approval. So it's an ongoing dialogue for us, and we took the next step in April. Jamie met with each of the partners. Program management RFP went out in April. That's hiring a program management firm. At first, it would be just to help us manage all the new CIP projects that the sewage treatment plant is going to generate with its long-range facilities plan. But now it's going to be efficient to have that same program manager help us with this organics facilities plan. So we'll use them. The third bullet, we show that this electricity pricing issue is going to go to the UAC in July. That's an important milestone for us. Hiring that program management firm I talked about in September is key. And then coming back to you in December is critical, because we've got to get a new timeline together and show you all the key steps that we know you'll be interested in. Partly in the interest of time, and partly because we will be revising these steps that occur after December 14. I'm not going to go over the next two slides. You can see what we were thinking. If we have especially the alternative recommendations approved by you tonight, that's going to mean some substantial changes from those next two slides. So I'm not going to go over those. If you have some questions about it, we could talk about it. So I was going to stop there and see what you wanted to do.
Okay, at this point, we do have a number of public speakers on this. And since we have so many, I'm going to ask that we only speak for 2 minutes. Like we did last time, we took this up. And with that, let's get started. Walt Hayes will be our first speaker, to be followed by Bob Winslow, to be followed by Carolyn Curtis. And if you could line up a little bit and be prepared to speak so this can move along. So thank you.
Good evening. I was very active with Paige, but I'm speaking just for myself tonight, although I think most of us agree. It's really time to get this whole program started. You know, I think Measure E was in 2011. Here we are 2014, and we're still talking about trying to get it started. We were all initially disappointed that the original RFP was rejected, but I can understand the reasoning, and I completely accept it. I mean, I think it's true that it would have been legally very difficult to do. And the other thing is that there's not going to be a big delay now. They said they're going to immediately issue a new RFP. The two big companies that were the ones that really wanted to do things on site, well, I'm sure will bid again. And the chances are that the competition will be better and money will be saved, which is always a good thing. The key, as far as our group is concerned, is that the alternative does implement the intent of Measure E by favoring putting the yard trimmings on the Measure E site. To have this whole thing go through and have nothing on the Measure E site would just seem like a travesty. It would be nice if it would move a little faster. I'll be lucky if I'm still alive if it goes to 2022. I'm glad to see that they're going to update the timeline in December, and I hope that they'll move it up a little bit. We'll all be working to try to help them do that. But I strongly support that you adopt the staff recommendations with the alternative. That is the way to carry out the intent of Measure E, which is really what we really need to do in this city with 65% of the people voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Winslow, to be followed by Carolyn Curtis, to be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer.
Okay, and I'll try and move quickly and just get some points across. My name's Bob Winslow. I support the alternative motion. One of the things that I would ask you to consider is allowing some public input into the organic facility plan. It appeared to be issued without the chance for the community to review and comment on it. And it's very quiet in the area of food waste and in particular yard waste, how that's handled under component 4. Under components 2 and 3 of the plan, one of the things that I would like is to see the food waste pulled up right to the beginning. I do not see why the food waste is staggered back, and I shared with you in Insight, I think that what we're basically receiving is a biosolids plan that later they sort of patch on food waste. And I would rather see that the design from the beginning consider food waste rather than lag it out 6 years. The other thing that relates to component 2 and 3 is a concern that the laboratory space in the master plan, maybe an acre and a half, 2 acres, it would be better purpose for food waste or organics rather than a laboratory. Under the yard facility, yard waste component 4, I'd ask that you avoid any in-vessel composting when we're working with yard waste. Yard waste, best available technology is what is called bunker walls with aerated floors, so we do not need to put these into refrigerators when it's yard waste. If it were food waste or anaerobically digested sludge, we might need to do that. The only other concern I have is a concern about updating the timeline. I'm worried that we're going to, as we come back and we update it, it's also an opportunity for mission drift. So I hope when you allow them to update the timeline, it's not an opportunity to patch more delays onto the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carolyn Curtis, to be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer, to be followed by Linda Novich.
I'd like to address the 3.8 acre chunk of the 10 acres that we actually won in November of 2011. There are some nice trees down there, and it's near a drainage ditch, which separates it from the wastewater treatment plant, as a matter of fact. And I wonder if the trees are doing so well because of the the breezes from the wastewater treatment, like foliar fertilization. This is landfill. You can plant anything you want on there. You may be hearing how pretty it is, that chunk, that 3.8 acres, that's flat and nice and handy. Well, I wouldn't want to have a party there next to the wastewater treatment plant. I don't know about you. And it can be made just as pretty as you want after we get everything all cleared away, etc. Compared to the rest of Bixby Park, it looks very nice, I must admit. We got 9,946 votes in a historically high turnout election, the highest turnout since 2003. In 2003, we were still electing city council members also. This was not what happened in 2011. So that was pretty much unprecedented, and I would like those people who are our supporters, who most of them got signatures or rang doorbells or both, to stand. Last time we were about 50. It's a pretty good showing tonight. I don't know if the other side ever does this, but we had about 100 volunteers. We're still here. And those people whose doors we knocked on, whose signatures we got, the ordinary citizens said, it's just wrong to send the waste that we generate out. We take care of it ourselves. What we generate, we take care of ourselves. That's what we can do by composting our yard waste. They want their compost. Let's give it to them. Let's have it on a 3.8 acre site. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Dreckmeyer, to be followed by Linda Novich, to be followed by Emily Renzel.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd, Vice Mayor Niss, and esteemed council. So it's always nice to have consensus on issues, but as you know, it's pretty rare that happens with a vote like this. There are usually a few people who are disappointed in the outcome. And in those cases, what we really need to do is conflict and commit. We did a lot of conflicting over the years, especially with Measure E in 2011. And we had public forums, we had debates, mailers, over $50,000 was raised and spent by both sides, door-to-door canvassing, and ultimately a vote. And 65% of the people voted to undedicate the 10-acre Measure E site, which now is down to 3.8 acres. So compromise has already been made, whether it was intentional or not. And we have great staff. They're very good at following council direction and not overstepping their charge. And I think it's really important to send a clear signal that addresses the Measure E issue for once and for all. And so we hope that you will make it very clear that the Measure E site is available for composting. I also think it's really important, to the degree we can, to combine the biosolids and the food waste to take advantage of economies of scale and make sure the system really works. And finally, you've heard from people about the timeline. We would love to see the intention of making a decision and issuing a contract or contracts by the end of the year. This has been a long process, and we can only kick the can so many times before it gets really dented. So hoping you'll take a strong position, support the alternative proposal. It's not ideal, but we think it's a big improvement over the original recommendation, and it's something that we could accept. And I thought it was really sweet at the last meeting when Councilmember Price thanked Phil, and everyone in the audience clapped. I think we did have consensus for that. And I'm looking forward to honoring Phil this Friday for Actera's annual Party for the Planet. We will be celebrating his tremendous commitment to the environment and to the city. And I think there might still be a few tickets available, but it will sell out.
Thank you. Linda Novich to be followed by Emily Renzel to be followed by Matt Harris.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Linda Novick. I work with Harvest Power. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come again and speak to this issue. I really want to thank staff for all the hard work over the many years, actually, that we worked on looking at this project and figuring out what was best for the city of Palo Alto. You have a document prepared by us, and we can be, that goes over the primary issues, and I'll just highlight those. We feel like, because of our vast experience in this area, that our joint proposal is faster than the city. It can be faster than what's proposed here in terms of getting rid of the RFP and restarting it again. Our plan was to have everything implemented by 2018. If you feel that it's safer and that we would be 100% privately financing the project and we wouldn't be relying on whether or not we could get grants or not. And I know there's been some question about the fluctuating pricing, and I think when we put in an RFP, we're committed to sticking with that pricing mechanism. And we believe that we've put in some other numbers in terms of that it can be cheaper. In the time that it's taken to move this forward, we have our Disney World facility up and running, which takes food and biosolids together, and we're producing that material and providing a final product. So we have a lot of experience in this, and it's our hope that you could be looking at us and working with us as part of the RFP process, if at all possible, to be able to handle the components that we have specific expertise in, and then allow the city to maybe take the digester or whatever they need to do. Especially in the pre-processing of the food, I will just reiterate that that is a very innovative process, and it takes a while to be able to understand how to implement that with the biosolids. And in our proposal, we did look at the 3.8 acres for putting in a covered composting facility. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Emily Renzel to be followed by Matt Harris to be followed by Libby Lucas.
Mayor Shepherd and members of the City Council, I continue to support the staff's original recommendation for the organics facilities plan. However, if Council's not going to adopt that, I think you should consider the top-ranked vendor, which is Sinagro. You continue to be told lots of things about what the voters were telling you with Measure E. And I can tell you, having been involved in Measure E, that many, many promises were made, and you saw my previous letter. And particular, voters were told that Measure E would save the ratepayers $18 million over 20 years. Statistics from dry anaerobic digestion for all three streams from the ARI feasibility study were used throughout the election, even though it was known toward the end that was not a possible process. None of the proposals saves money. With respect to yard trimmings, the net present value of the base case is a little over $13.5 million. The organics facilities plan net present value is a little more than $13.8 million. The RFP responses were $11.9 million to $23.3 million. Harvest Power's low net present value for yard trimmings cannot be trusted. It comes at a very high cost of using former city parkland valued in the RFP at $100,000 an acre, a giveaway price here in Palo Alto where small lots sell for over $1 million. Their proposal also failed to comply with Measure E and the RFP with respect to Enactment 4 of Measure E. None of the mitigations were provided in Harvest's lowball proposal. Just yesterday, there was a 3-alarm fire at the Zanker Road composting facility. It took 11 engines, 7 hours to bring the fire under control. It was very similar to the huge fire which occurred in Palo Alto's facility July 29. They're common. Do you really want to risk that next to your sewage plant? Please support the staff's original recommendation.
Thank you. Matt Harris to be followed by Libby Lucas to be followed by Enid Pearson.
Good evening, honorable council members. I'm here to support Measure E. I canvassed in the Barron Park neighborhood during the election. Sometimes it seems like we're arguing about a pile of leaves here, but I just ask you to bear with us. Measure E passed at the polls. Palo Alto, the city of Palo Alto used to have a full-service dump, but for reasons that you're all familiar with, that's history now, and we have an opportunity before us to do something with 3.8 acres that is kind of similar to a full-service dump. The city engineers, I believe, have determined that yard waste is very low energy and not suitable for an anaerobic digester. So in short, the city of Palo Alto's composting requirements are not the city of Gilroy's responsibility. They should be dealt with on site or within the city's property, as could be done in the staff's recommendation with the 3.2 acres or whatever it is. And therefore the organics facility plan should definitely include an open air aerobic composting component. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Libby Lucas to be followed by Enid Pearson and then Mary Carlsteed.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I support the staff proposal of doing things on site, but I'm still concerned about that 3.8 acre position. I think that you have a lot of jurisdictional wetlands that are impacted by that, and you do have the wildlife corridor, and I believe you have a flow through high flood element that needs to be considered. So with all that CEQA considerations, I'd like to see you push that yard trimmings further up, padded up onto the other side of the 10 acres, closer to the Bixby Park site. I think that where you have the 8-foot pipe bringing salt water into the tidal marsh, the 30 acres, is a very, very sensitive issue for habitat. And I think there's no way that you can put the rest of the facilities right on top of that without making an impact. So please consider an alternative of the other side of that 10-acre process. And as they padding up will then keep you above the high tide and high storm flows. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enid Pearson to be followed by Mary Carlsteed to be followed by John Kelly.
Oh, Mayor Shepherd, members of the City Council, I emailed you regarding the Sunday AM memo staff memo as an alternative to the staff's organics management plan, which was sent to the council and the public less than 48 hours before the public meeting.
Thank you.
It is most disheartening when the public is manipulated so bluntly and blatantly. Members of the public gave hours of their time for months searching for a real solution that might be amenable to both sides of Measure E. It was a civil and democratic way. One would hope that such politics would be confined to the national arena. The results of the responses from only 3 vendors who met the RFP criteria was that it was best to do the biosolids combined with food first, and in the interim, a better solution, re the yard trimmings, might be found. We also learned that yard trimmings generate very little energy. Trips to haul yard trimmings to Sunnyvale were 1.5 to 2 trucks a day, not the 50 to 100 or 18,000 a year that Measure E claimed. And trimmings are only a very small part of the overall garbage stream. Most of the garbage will and still continue to go to Kirby Canyon. Having sat on the council for 10 years, I understand the pressures to cast the easy, expedient vote. And I also know what it takes to vote for what might be not be the most popular concept of the moment. I'd ask you to please take the long view and surely the most cautious view and support staff's original organics management plan. Palo Alto as a whole will be honestly served, and we will find a better plan for handling yard trimmings and possibly one that even generates the power that Measure E promised. Thanks.
Thank you. Mary Carlstead, to be followed by John Kelly, and then Claire Elliott.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Mary Carlstead, and it wasn't easy to get here tonight, but this issue is so important to my husband and me that we made the effort. We go to the Baylands every day. It's the best entertainment in town, and it doesn't cost anything. And those Baylands.
Can you pull the mic closer to you?
I'm sorry. Thank you. I said it was a little hard to get here, but this issue is very important to me. And the Baylands are very important to my husband. We go there virtually every day to see the wildlife, or Oscar the ringneck pheasant, or all the other things that we see out there. This issue, and I don't understand it all technically, and I support the alternative that the staff has come up with, but I would like to remind you of one thing. This could well be your legacy, for better or for worse. You cannot afford to make an emotional mistake in this. Thank you.
Thank you. John Kelly, to be followed by Claire Elliott, to be followed by Cedric de la Bourgeoisie.
Like the last speaker, I really enjoy the Baylands a lot. I go out to Bixby Park usually once or twice a week, and I was out there last Wednesday. I was out there on Saturday. And one of the things I noticed when I was coming around the curve from Bixby Park on Embarcadero was that the area is being landscaped right now. And I asked one of the workers there what the compost was being used. It appeared to be being put on there. And if I understood the gentleman correctly, he was telling me it was coming from Lingsu. And I thought, this is really ironic. You know, if we were doing what we should be doing, we would be able to use our own compost there, and I hope we will soon be able to do that in the future. This Saturday, May 17th, is going to be the 60th anniversary of the Brown v. Board of Education decision. And there's one thing that Chief Justice Warren really recognized in making that decision, and that was the importance of a unanimous vote. So when he handed down the ruling 60 years ago, he knew that everyone on that court had to support it. And I think this is a really important, maybe not as historic as Brown v. Board of Education, I'll grant that. But I will submit that 60 years from now, our generation will be judged on what we do about climate change. We've had the IPCC reports, they've all come in. The fifth assessment is out. We've had the National Climate Assessment. And what you do as a council tonight is important. So I would urge you all to unanimously support what Phil Boble has crafted very elegantly here, what's essentially a compromise. And let's stop fighting about this thing. I think the council needs to be unanimous about this, and the council needs to send a message that the time is done to stop debating this thing. The time is now to move on with it, and let's not wait another year, another month, another week to take action on it. I urge you to support the alternative staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Elliott, to be followed by Cedric de la Bourgeoisie, to be followed by Alex Canara.
Hi, I'm Claire Elliott, and I'm at 271 Chestnut Avenue in Palo Alto. I am a strong proponent of both sides of this equation, which makes me in an uncomfortable position, but a friend just told me controversy makes for great solutions, so she encouraged me to get up here and tell you about my points of view. So I was a researcher in anaerobic digestion 30 years ago at Stanford and thought that by now we'd have anaerobic digestion everywhere. So I'm delighted to see we're finally going to go that direction in Palo Alto. I'd love to see it for not just the sewage sludge, but also the waste stream going into the sewage treatment plant. But I also now am the senior ecologist with Acterra Stewardship Program, and I'm trying to get habitat wherever we can. And I strongly am aware of the foxes. Bill Latham has shown me all his pictures. And I would love to see a solution where we can have compost locally. I think we shouldn't only keep it in the city. I think we should make people keep it on their own properties. And we could help that by having a chipper service that goes around door to door so that Mainly my woody materials are falling from the city street trees, but if I could chip them, I'd keep that carbon on site because carbon is being sequestered in the soil. It's good for the soil quality. It's helping water infiltrate into the soil, so we restore more water in our groundwater aquifers, so we have more resiliency in time of drought. So there's all kinds of reason to keep that carbon on our properties. So as much as we can do that, but if we still have to move some off because not everybody's willing to do that, let's do it somewhere. Maybe I agree with Libby Lucas's suggestion of trying to go upland because you did it in the park. If it has to be on parkland, maybe consider Webb Branch. You're looking at Webb Branch for off storage for flood water. I don't know if anybody's talked to Stanford about that. But it doesn't have to be next to the wastewater treatment plant now because it's not going to be fed into the anaerobic digester, is my understanding. But if we continue to compost like we were doing on the upland part of the landfill, we wouldn't damage the better quality habitat in that lowland.
Thank you. Cedric de la Bourgeoisie, to be followed by Alex Canara, to be followed by Karen Harwell.
Hi, I'm Cedric de la Bourgeoisie, 741 Josina. Generally, I support the alternative staff recommendation with a few small adjustments. One thing is, I don't think we need to wait for the food pre-processing to be built in order to be adding the food to the digesters. While we're building out the pre-processing facility, hopefully we could get scraps from regional pre-processors, since that's such a high value input. Also, in regards to the RFP for the food and the biosolids, I just think we should allow the vendors to propose solutions that either do or do not mix the streams together, the food and the sewage. I've been in the past a strong proponent for mixing the two because of the added energy, but as has been pointed out last time, maybe the food kept separate has a higher value as a fertilizer than the added energy. I would hope that we could have an accelerated timeline and have a vendor selected by November. Let's see, maybe we could direct staff to find out when our partner agencies' waste hauling contracts are going to be reconsidered for renewal, so we can get there in a timely manner to say, hey, let's, while you're thinking about this, let's get your food instead of sending it off to wherever they're sending it. Alternatively, we could try to work with their waste haulers to receive their food directly. And then in the for the yard composting component of it, don't require an excessively engineered system. As Bob was mentioning, the bunker-style aerated static piles are very compact. They're efficient. I think they're relatively easy and cheap to implement, and I think we'll do the trick. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex Canara, to be followed by Karen Harwell, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Hello, I'm the Menlo Park representative for PAGE as an ambassador, so you don't have to listen to me again. I'm looking at your resolution 9013 from 2009, where you make many points about looking at externalities and taking account of costs that are not typically included in decisions on projects. And so I'm simply going to say that I think you should implement a carbon tax so that each of your choices that are made in this whole project are properly dinged for any externalities that would be avoided otherwise. So that's my only really strong recommendation. It's a carbon tax of several tens of dollars per ton of carbon dioxide that would be emitted by making different choices as about trucking or processing and that kind of thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Karen Harwell, to be followed by Herb Borak, and then Seibel.
I'm a proud Palo Alton, and I want to tell you why. Because I appreciate you as a council, I appreciate Phil Bopel and the staff for all the work, for our city manager, and for the kind of community that we've been trying to be for a long time. On Wednesday, the 5th grade class from Duvenet came to my garden, which I made into the neighborhood children's garden. And I can say to them, I can show them the compost and how, first of all, our language, we have to change it. It is not waste. It's not stinky. It is wonderful. It's one of the best things that our earth does.
And if it seems low-tech, that it's aerobic, well, maybe there are things nature can just do better than we can.
I'm sorry.
And so I want to support the alternative. And was that for me?
You know, the vice mayor stepped out, and so go ahead.
All right, I want to support the alternative. I think it is a compromise, but it's I think the best thing we can be doing. On Thursday, the kindergarten class came from Duveneck. And I'm also an advocate of on-site. You know, I could say to them, all our electricity is generated by that one triangle of shingles on our roof. And the hot water is heated by the 2 panels on the 2nd story. And all the things that we're doing on site, I want Palo Alto to be the kind of city that we're not saying, oh, we truck this here and we truck that there. It's like, no, we take care of it and we model it. And we have always done that, and let's continue to do it. And it can be a both-and solution. And thank you again for all you're doing.
Thank you. Herb Borak, to be followed by Seibel, to be followed by Craig Lewis.
Mayor Shepherd and the council members. Measure E was about removing from park dedication 10 acres. It was not about what goes on at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. And it was also not about what should be done on those 10 acres, because the voters, through the initiative process, cannot make budgetary decisions. Only the council can make those kinds of decisions about what, if anything, should be done in the Measure E site. Measure E was not about giving a group of people a special license to get staff to write an alternative proposal for them to the city council. And I recall from a previous meeting, I thought the staff report said that maybe there were some council members who requested the alternative proposal, but they weren't named. Measure E was talking about using conversion technologies. The only thing that would be converted from composting on the Measure E site would be creating carbon dioxide. And perhaps there should be a carbon tax on that. In regard to the proposals for staff for an anaerobic digester and producing electricity, I think they should go back and research why the Palo Alto did away with the anaerobic digester it used to have. And in terms of electricity, in addition to not wanting the electric customers to subsidize the sewage partners, there's also the question of a bait and switch, where we might get a decision by council to get a high electricity price, which currently would be twice as much as we're currently paying for green energy, and then do the bait and switch and give it to Harvest Palo, who's apparently been the reason for this whole process from the beginning. They would create a special purpose entity to securitize the plant and also to protect their own company from a financial failure of the operation. Thank you.
Seibel, to be followed by Craig Lewis, and our final speaker, Lois Salo.
Good evening. So I also support staff's new recommendations, and I want it expedited. I'm just supporting the speakers that were really for the no trucking and for finishing with our incinerator and just accelerating, getting to zero waste, and just doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Lewis, and to be followed by Lois Salo.
Mayor Shepherd, esteemed council members, my name is Craig Lewis. I'm the founder and executive director of the Clean Coalition, which is a nonprofit based in Palo Alto Square with the mission to accelerate the transition to renewable energy and with an emphasis on local renewables. I want to be on record to ask you to support the alternative proposal. I think that the council has an amazing opportunity here to be a model for communities across the country in self-reliance, not only in local renewable energy in the biopower facility, which is fantastic, and that's really what my organization does for a living. We work with municipalities and utilities around the country, and this is a truly rare opportunity to get a biopower facility right in the heart of your city. But it is also an opportunity to be an even greater model in self-reliance and to do the composting on site within your city boundaries. I really think this is a rare and tremendous opportunity. I encourage you to make the vote on the alternative proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Lois Salo.
Okay, I'm Lois Salo, and when 2/3 of the people in Palo Alto voted for Measure E, they expected that the city council and the city manager would implement those commands, and I was boggled and shocked to find out that certain parts of the management here were trying to wiggle out of it, and I feel the will of the Palo Alto electorate should be your commands, and yes, we should have a local composting facility on this site as commanded by the Palo Alto people. As the servants of the Palo Alto people, you are commanded to do that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And that concludes our public comment portion of the meeting. And it's time to bring it back to council to make motions or ask questions. So did you have your light on? Okay, Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you, Mayor Shepard. First of all, I'd like to say I was really pleased to see the staff's alternative recommendation. When this first came forward, I was really concerned we were going down the wrong path, and I think that we've really sort of brought this together. With that, there were really three areas that I have some concern. I think the first one is obviously the schedule. I think it is far out there, and I am really hoping that we can get that schedule to the maximum extent feasible reduced to a quicker timeline. I do think when people voted on this, they really thought we'd be further along than we are now. So I think that's a real key issue. The second issue I think is really important is that when people went out on Measure E, composting, they thought it would be done, anaerobically, but since that's not feasible, I think people voted to keep composting. And since we haven't had composting, I was really pleased to see that we've added the composting factor on that. Now, with that said, on the composting, I think it's important to say there are mechanisms where we can minimize any effects on Bixby Park. And so my question to staff on that part was, when we go out with the RFP, is it envisioned that it will be enclosed so there won't be any dust? And I mean, I remember the windrow composting we did, which had a negative effect on the park, let's face it. So I would hope when we do this for the long term, there won't be a negative effect in terms of any dust or debris. So I assume it'll be enclosed. That was my first question. And the second question on that was, in terms of the smell, do we anticipate that to be a problem? And if so, what are we going to do about it? Or maybe it's not a problem at all. And so I guess I wanted to get a sense of that.
Good points. And to try to get this thing started really quickly, assuming you adopt and direct it to do it tonight, we've already started thinking about what would be in the exactly what would be in the RFP, and talking to both, or at least writing back and forth to both the Page group and those that oppose the use of that site. And the very point you raise is one that needs a bit more debate. Our initial thought was that we'd use words that indicated that it would be in an enclosure, any processing would be in an enclosure. The composting itself would at a minimum be in vessel, quote unquote. And as you saw, Bob Winslow raised another type of technology which isn't in vessel exactly and isn't enclosed, but where the air is pulled down through the material and then the air is treated. So we've got a little more work to do on that very point to see what words we should use. Definitely we'll be using the words that the odors and air have to be controlled. Exactly how we do that, whether it's a building or a vessel or some other technology like Bob Winslow was showing you, we've got a bit more process to do on that.
All right, thanks. And my next area of concern, frankly, was on the market price for green power. In the RFP here, we talk about 9.4 cents to 10.4 cents, but yet we seem to have a lot of discussion about what the price for the power should be. That seems, frankly, unnecessary and to delay the process. One of the things that the Measure E proponents pushed really hard when they did it was that this would save the city money. And whether or not it saves the city money or up for debate, one of the things I do not think we should do is do an above-market deal on green power that would in effect subsidize our regional partners at the expense of Palo Alto ratepayers. And so I think we need to go with that 9.4 cents to the 10.4 cents, somewhere in that range. What is the market for green power, is my understanding. Am I correct that that's roughly the market price?
Well, the sewage treatment plant currently pays about 10.4 cents, and the 9.4 cents was a little different figure that utilities gave us as sort of a guarantee price looking to the future that they would expect to be paying as a low-end point. But we are going to spend a little more time working on this issue, working it through the UAC, but we're also trying to think of a way to avoid what the first part of your question seemed to indicate, which was don't let this delay the process. And
right.
So we're trying to figure out how we can move forward with the RFP and maybe not have completely nailed down that price, given that there is going to be debate about it.
When you say there's going to be debate about it, is there going to be debate about whether or not it's not the market price for green power?
I think so. Not everyone agrees with what you just said.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to make a motion. I'll make a motion that we accept the alternative recommendation, which is items 1 through 6, and then on item number 6 we add what did I write down here? That we add with direction to staff to expedite the process to the extent maximally feasible. Okay. I have just thanks, and also appreciate that. And on number 5A, I would like us to say determine the market price of for green power. I'd like to just add those words in. Five A, where instead of saying determine the price of electricity, just say determine the market price of green electricity.
And you would, that would mean that the price of electricity that was produced by this facility, right?
Correct. Yep. The regional water quality pay for it.
Is that it? Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Scharf and seconded by Councilmember Klein. Would you like to speak any further to your motion?
Just briefly, I would like to really thank the proponents who started this with Measure E. I know it's been a long haul, but it's really been worthwhile. A long haul, yes, that was sort of a pun, I suppose. Was not meant to be. And I really appreciate your fervor. And I remember campaigning in 2009, and I would knock on doors and people would tell me, make sure you keep composting in Palo Alto. And then I felt really bad when composting went away in Palo Alto. I didn't feel good about that at all. And then I actually wanted to do a shout out to what I guess we'll just call the opponents of it. I think it's really good that there's a healthy debate, and these issues are vetted and thought through, and I actually appreciate that as well. And I just wanted to say that I'm proud to be in this community where we are very concerned about these issues, and everyone comes out and everyone really cares deeply about them. And I also would like to thank Phil for his extraordinary efforts in seeing this through. Thank you.
Councilmember Klein, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes. First, on the 5A language, I think that we want to be, that when you talk about market price, I assume that you're meaning the local Northern California market price. Could we have that language? Because the market price for green electricity in New York City might be very different than it is here.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's what I was thinking.
And I'm assuming we're meaning the price that we could get for power at this, that this facility would have to offer for sale. That kind of nails it down to me.
Same idea, yeah.
That's correct.
Correct. Good. Well, I'm glad we're finally here, but here is not where I'd hoped this to be at the midway through 2014. That to me, some of the key language here was what Greg added in item number 6, that we would try to find ways, staff will try to find ways to move this forward in a much more expedited manner. The budget for this year, the staff or the city manager has at one of the early pages in our budget report a organizational chart, and shows the usual type of organizational chart. It shows the people leading up to the city manager, and then above the city manager it has the city council, but then above the city council it has the people of Palo Alto. And I think that's very appropriate, because our discussion here, it seems to me, has to be substantially influenced by the message that our bosses, the people of Palo Alto, very explicitly gave to us by a 65-35 margin, that they wanted a compost facility, and they were willing to use up to 10 acres of our park facilities for that to be accomplished. And I think we have to always keep that in mind. I'm sure we all do, but to me it's a very clear message. People sometimes appear before the council and say they speak for the people. Well, of course, no one person or two people speaks for the people of Palo Alto. The only way people of Palo Alto speak is when we have an election. And they have here. And there's no point in re-arguing what was said and what wasn't said and so forth and so on. The people also gave the council discretion. It said for us to determine how to implement that, and if it was indeed reasonably implementable. And I find that the proposal, particularly the alternative one put forward by staff, gets us there. It isn't all we'd hoped for, but I think that that's just the way the world is sometimes. So I think that we ought to move forward on this. I like John Kelly's remark that we ought to pass this unanimously. I'm not quite sure how I can persuade everybody on that, but maybe they're already persuaded. But I think we do need to move forward on this, and feel that we've accomplished the will of the people, and that I will look forward to being at the official dedication ceremonies several years after I leave office, but hopefully before 2022.
Okay, Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. Well, this has been a spirited debate the whole while since this issue came forward. And it's not totally a new issue to me, or it wasn't when Measure E came on the ballot, because I'd served on ACTERA's Zero Waste Task Force, as well as the City's Zero Waste Task Force. One of the things that was addressed in that whole process was composting and what the city should do with its own waste. What was the most environmentally sensitive thing to do? You'll hear some things that from me that you heard from me or others during the campaign, just as we've heard tonight, things that were said during that campaign as well. So we can all agree to disagree on this matter, but I still come down on, for a number of reasons which I'll outline here, I still come down on the side of the staff recommendation. I think the staff's done a yeoman's amount of work in this. It's taken a long time. I think staff's done due diligence. It seems, and respectfully I would say this, but it seems that the proponents of Measure E have a thought that there will be composting on this 10 acres or 3.8 acres, that there will be, and that was what Measure E was about. But you read the ballot language, it really isn't so. It is that the city has to find that it's financially and environmentally favorable to do so. And we don't know about environmentally absolutely yet because there's been no CEQA analysis yet. So that can't be stated yes or no by anyone. What we can say is, and staff agrees with this, is that there is a wildlife corridor at the edge of the 3.8 acres. Phil, last time this was before us, said, well, we can create another avenue for them, but we have no idea if the animals will take it or not. So, you know, they don't read signs very well, foxes don't. Libby Lucas, who I barely know but have high regard for her because everyone I know speaks exceedingly high of her and her wetlands knowledge. She isn't as well known, it seems to me, as Emily Rensel and Enid Pierce in this regard, but if you're in the area of discussions about wetlands, baylands, Libby Lucas is a go-to person. And Libby Lucas has said these 3.8 acres are not a place to put the compost. If you're going to put the compost somewhere, put it upland for a couple of reasons. One is because of the wildlife habitat and also because of flooding issues. The issue that also comes up in conversation in the staff report and such in a couple of 3 different places, we talk about being responsible for our own waste within our own city boundaries. In an ideal world, I'm there. I am so there. But what I don't understand in the arguments for why we should do it here is that we're looking for other entities to bring their waste to us. So I don't understand why it's more advantageous for us for others to bring their waste to us than us to take our waste to them. It seems to me it's a zero-sum game. So I don't see that as an argument that persuades me. There are a couple of comments made about the wastewater treatment plant, and just a couple of thoughts about that. Would I want a picnic near there? Of course not. I'm not sure anybody would. But that's a buffer zone to the rest of the parkland. That's why that area is valuable. I didn't know about the fire at, where was it? At Zanker Road, but I dare say I wouldn't want to have a fire right next to our wastewater treatment plant. I asked staff if they have any comments about that or any knowledge of that. I would appreciate that. So for all of those reasons, and because I think staff has spent, goodness, 2.5 years working with the community on this, trying to come up with the best recommendation, trying to do due diligence. Everyone speaks so highly of Phil Boble, and I'm also there with you on that. And I think Phil and other staff have done a yeoman's job on this, as I said earlier. And I will make a substitute motion to support staff's original recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Holman to accept the recommendation of the original recommendation by staff and seconded by Councilmember Schmidt. Would you like to speak further to your motion?
I think I've already been fairly long-winded on this matter. It's such an important issue, and I appreciate, one of the things I didn't say that I appreciate so much about staff's recommendation is that it is a financially conservative approach. You reached out, you sent out RFPs, nobody came forward with a new dynamic technology that came up with some kind of, highly superior technology. We can deal with the compost later. I agree with whoever it was, and I apologize for not remembering the name, but whoever it said that they supported on-site compost for homes. I agree with that. So let's get going with the wastewater treatment plant and the incinerator. Let's get going with that. Let's do it. That's a huge polluter. Let's do that now, and we can address the composting issues as new technologies emerge and as we identify an on-site, at-home composting solution. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, I guess the alternative motion has the words in it, shall be followed. And I think one of the lessons we've come up with is there are 2 different activities going on, one in the regional quality control plant and one on the other site. Enthusiastically support the anaerobic digester in the regional plant. Seems to the staff recommendation makes sense. It is both in its environmental impact and cost, seems to be very direct and straightforward. The aerobic composting on the 3.8 acres seems to be different. I think when we talked about this last time, there was a suggestion or the statement that probably there should be two different RFPs, one for what goes on in the quality control plant and one for the composting. And I see the two as very different. The technologies are different. The payers are different. And the goals are different. Now, as we look at the composting, some basic issues come up. I think Councilmember Scharf pointed out that one of the issues and problems we had on the last decade of the Bixby Park land was the open aerobic digester needed to have a buffer zone. No one quite said how large it was, but I think there was general agreement that 35 acres was a necessary buffer between an open aerobic composting and public activities. Now there's been talk about, well, we'll have to define some of the characteristics of that aerobic digester. And I think that is important. Be enclosed, that maybe it has technologies that work to mitigate the dust, the smell, the impact on the surrounding areas. So I guess I see those two tasks as being very different. And let me just ask staff, is it your intention to have two separate RFPs?
Well, initially it wasn't, and the words in the alternative recommendations read like it would be one RFP. It says reissue a substitute RFP immediately. However, on further thinking it, there are some good reasons, and you named a couple of them, for having a separate RFP on component 4. So I'm hoping that we're going to analyze this a bit more, talk to both the Page people and the people that are not in favor of a site, facilities at this site, and come to a decision as to whether it should be one RFP or several. In any event, we'd be fulfilling the spirit of the alternate recommendation because we'd be launching them at the same time. But whether we've either got to have a highly compartmentalized RFP or separate RFPs. And so we're still analyzing which of those two is best.
Okay, I guess one critical issue there is the financial issue is we are committing the ratepayers of the refuse fund to pay for the quality aerobic composter that we need. And I am conscious of the fact that this year we are paying $3 million for the debt that was built up by the refuse fund between 2000 and 2009. And we will continue to pay that $3 million through 2017, I think. So it is important that we have a good sense of what we're spending and the value you're getting from it. The other issue, the bigger, longer-term issue, is I think we are all interested in a sustainable future and doing what we can. And the issue is how much are we spending extra to do it locally? I do note that the City of Los Angeles Department of Sanitation through UCLA has just come out with a report, Zero Waste Progress Report, and they state clearly that by 2025, their goal is to have zero waste, 98.5% of all waste kept from landfills. Their final statement in that report is zero waste is no longer a dream, but is a fast approaching reality. So as we move in the direction of going back to aerobic composting, we should be aware that there are alternatives. Los Angeles and Cal Recycle are currently negotiating terms of what is green energy. And I guess it's important that we keep our options and knowledge open of where we want to be. You know, our original zero waste plan was 2025, and Los Angeles says this is a reality. So let's not lose sight of where we want to go. So I think the motion on the floor now, which do not have the word shall be favored, is preferable.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I'll be speaking at this time only to the substitute motion, and then I'll hold off on other comments in anticipation of the original motion returning. First, there was discussion about the desire to get going on this. And when we look at the timelines, as including the significant uncertainty on the final phase of our own OFP, Organics Facility Plan, the ultimate timing of doing the proposal that is in the substitute motion appears to have a likelihood of taking significantly more time than if we take a few more months and go out for the rebid under the initial motion. Second, one of the things that we really need to consider are the risks involved, financial risks in particular. And if we have a design bid build proposal, like is in the substitute motion, we have risks that that there could be add-on costs that could be very significant. Whereas if we have a design build, we drastically reduce those risks. Finally, under the notion of waste reduction, as Councilmember Schmidt had spoken about, compost is not considered a waste under that scenario. So talking about the composting as if that constitutes waste is not correct. Compost would be a recycled material in that scenario. Zero waste does not equate to whether or not energy is produced from that waste. It's whether the material is a waste. So those are two distinctions that I want to make.
Vice Mayor Niss.
And I'm not going to comment on this. As Councilmember Burt just said, with the anticipation that the first motion may return, I want to ask one clarification, particularly of you, Phil. We've heard several people who are talking about the 3.8, call it 4 acres, and how it would be used and whether or not that is an appropriate place to use it. Do you want to speak to that? And I know that woven into Councilmember Scharf's question was also a concern about the odor, about the smell. So since someone has suggested that this could perhaps be moved to Webb Ranch or someplace like that, do you want to discuss that under this substitute motion?
Well, as far as whether we could find another location outside of Palo Alto, like Webb Ranch, I would say that we spent some time in the task force process, the Blue Ribbon task force process, thinking about alternative locations, and didn't come up with any that seemed viable. I can't remember exactly what we, how much time we spent on the Stanford land question, but we did look at other areas, and then we looked at other areas within Palo Alto, and the task force recommendation, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I'm sure Emily could help me out here. But it was to do it essentially in the area of the sewage treatment plant. So we thought we'd done some narrowing there with all the work that had been done.
Good. I appreciate the answer, and I think you wove your comments before into the concern that Councilmember Scharf had regarding the smell. So thank you. I appreciate it.
With no more comments or lights, I'm going to ask for the vote on this. This is for the substitute motion, which is the original motion from staff. And that motion fails with Councilmember Holman and Schmid voting yes. So now we're going to return to the original motion, and I have the order of lights from before. Vice Mayor Niss.
So picking up on where I was before, I would also confess, and Councilmember Berman may also feel this as well, it's a little as though you come into a movie after about 10 minutes if it played, and you can pick up most of it, but many of you have been absolutely immersed in this for 4 or 5 years. I'm looking out and I can see Walt Hayes and Peter Druckmeyer and so forth, and they have become almost Wikipedias on this particular subject. And I've appreciated their input on this. I've talked with any number of you a number of times regarding this. And I have no hesitation. I don't know whether we could possibly end up with a unanimous, as John Kelly spoke to earlier. But I think that the intent now is to move forward as speedily as possible, to do it as fairly as possible, and we certainly heard people speak to that tonight. But certainly the end product here is to finally make it happen, and I think as expediently as it can happen. I very much appreciate Phil Baubel's involvement in this. I think I've known Phil for a very long time. In Phil's movie, I came in for the previews as well. So I feel very comfortable supporting this. As I said, we have spent a great deal of time discussing it, and I did go back and review your meeting of a couple of weeks ago. And I don't recommend going back and watching council meetings, by the way. It's far better to watch them live. So I will be supporting this, and thank you, Mayor Shepherd.
Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. I will be supporting the motion, the main motion, in support of the alternative recommendation by the staff. Again, I want to thank everyone involved in all different facets of this debate and the extraordinary work by Phil and staff that has really, you've been so dedicated to this and helped us move along with better and better technical information and a diligence and a perseverance that's really commendable. So I have one question or two brief questions, and I need a little bit of assurance on a couple of items. Basically, when the first RFP went out, you state that you were disappointed that there weren't more innovative proposals that came forward, and there were some rather traditional, sort of tried and true technologies which were brought forward. Now, you're hoping that with the new RFP cycle, you could get a better sense of the market and pricing in this round. My question is this: the time frame for this, these four components is significant. And my concern is at some point in this process, as you go through the RFPs, you have your criteria for evaluation, you're going to have to land on a design moving into concept plan and preliminary engineering, et cetera. Now, within the time frame that we're talking about, will there be the possibility of maintaining a little bit of flexibility in the design or technology? So if there's some miraculous technology that shows up, which at this point we're incapable of anticipating, will we build in some flexibility? Or am I asking for something that's hard to do once you're heading down a particular path?
No, we will build in flexibility at certain points. And then there'll be certain other points where we've lost the flexibility and we've moved on. But we're envisioning for this component for the yard trimmings that would be design, build, own, operate, maintain. In other words, the private sector would be in charge of that whole, all those phases. But at various design points, as we were reaching 30% design and so forth, that's when the city could change its mind. And so there would be points like that. But then once we'd approved the design, then we're obviously locked into it. But during the design is when big changes could still be made.
Okay, thank you. The last question is one as it relates to capacity. We're 2014. A lot of changes will happen over the next 6-8 years. The needs of the partner agencies, our needs, et cetera. How are we addressing capacity issues kind of at a global level, just briefly, because, again, I know we're not sitting here being prophetic about how this will go.
Well, that's a good question, and we've got these 3 streams, right? Biosolids, food, and yard, and each of them has a slightly different answer. I think the best answer, because we spent the most time on it, and Jamie could give more detail if you like, is the sewage treatment plant. We've done a analysis looking out 30 years and 50 years, and we've got our estimates of what the flow is going to be, what the solids is going to be, and therefore what the biosolids is going to be. So we've got this estimate, which shows an increase. It's greater than it is now. And just to get you even more irritated, I'll say that we use the ABAG estimates because, you know, that's a conservative number. It's what's out there. And yeah, Jamie's going to.
So we used ABAG, Sustainable Community Strategy version 18C, and then for Palo Alto, we adjusted the numbers downward based on planning department estimates that you guys had approved. For the other partners, we just used the sphere of influence for each of those partner agencies, and we told each of the partners that we would revisit the latest ABAG numbers when we went into the design stage so that we had the freshest data that we could use for the 30-year planning horizon.
Great, because this ABAG cycle will be within the range here, and actually that statement doesn't bother me. So I'm not being irritated, Phil.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Well, just quickly before you think that that's the whole story, then you have food and yard, and without getting into the details on those two, I'll just say that it's a lot harder for us to project changes over time. You could actually envision the current numbers going up or down depending on sort of what assumptions you make. So that's one of the things we've got to decide quickly because we've got to get this RFP out quickly, but we're already in discussion with both the Page Group and the opponents about what numbers we should use for food and yard.
Thank you for your very thorough responses. I always appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Phil, I had a follow-up question. You were explaining on your understanding of what we meant by the equivalent cost of this green power. Were you meaning that it would be the fair market cost of locally generated green power that is available 24 hours a day and its avoided cost, or were you meaning something else in Northern California that is solar and not reliable and not counting the distribution cost?
I wasn't saying anything very sophisticated. I was just trying to make sure I understood that what Councilman Scharf was talking about was the price that we could get from this facility by having our local utility buy it from us.
Okay, so I think that we really haven't had a good enough discussion about what we mean by kind of the fair market price for this green power. So we have an avoided cost. When we buy green power remotely, we have to pay for distribution and other related costs, and it basically has a premium value if it's distributed locally. We also, among green power, we have green power that is available when the sun's up and green power that's not. And this green power is available 24 hours a day. And then there's a third aspect to this power, which is it is emergency resiliency power. It's there to be able to operate the wastewater treatment plant when we lose our other power in a major emergency event. And so I'm fine with it being the market rate for the real value of this power, but not the market rate for some other power. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I think we're on the same way.
Okay, and is that acceptable to the maker of the motion and the seconder?
Yes, I just want it to be market value. That's what it says, Northern California market value.
Well, but there can be different definitions and what that means, and I want to make sure that what Phil concurred with and what I stated was the understanding of what market power meant in this context. Phil understood it that way. Anyway, I'm okay with him taking it away and not changing the motion as long as we have an agreement with the maker and the seconder that was the intent. Okay, great. And then I just wanted to make a couple of comments as we go forward on this rebid. So much of how we look at the different alternatives are based upon how we set up a scoring system in advance. And as I look through this scoring system, I just want to offer some comments for going forward. We have we had not included greenhouse gas emissions initially, correct?
Well, they were included under this technical category. I think it's the last category there. But
well, it was in the technical category, and the supplier with the worst greenhouse gas emissions scored highest in the technical category. So if it's there, it's pretty buried. I don't want to go into the whole debate on it. I want to frame it for how we should refine these going forward.
We agree that it needs better.
Also, the energy component wasn't really a significant factor, and that's always been a major part of the discussion going back to Measure E. We had one supplier that was looking at trucking materials and treating them in the Central Valley, and that didn't seem to show up in that technical approach or any other. We also have this issue of timing, and now this goes more to perhaps goes in both categories. One, comparing our do-it-ourselves alternative, which I spoke to earlier, but even among these different design build alternatives, who would get this up and running sooner is a factor. And same thing goes when we look at doing it ourselves versus outside, is that risk of design build versus not. And then even on the record of performance, it's something to think about. Is there a certain threshold? At a certain point in time, does the supplier have an adequate performance record that, having built 10 facilities versus 100 facilities, is there really a distinction between that's meaningful? Or is it a threshold that says after a certain point, a supplier has a record of performance that hits the higher level? And I don't have the answer to that, but I have some concerns about us thinking more deeply about the ranking criteria, because I've gone through this kind of process in the private sector, and if you don't get those criteria right at the outset, you go into a somewhat formulaic approach, and in the end you can look and go, gee, I don't know how that particular supplier got selected first, because it doesn't feel right. And what's missing from the table is translating what doesn't feel right into objective criteria that were left off the table or that we didn't define well enough. So that's going to be really important going forward, and I just wanted to give that input. Thank you.
We agree.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, Vice Mayor Niss mentioned, and I totally agree, feeling like we're coming in late to the process. She mentioned coming in 10 minutes into the movie. I feel like we're coming in with 10 minutes left in the movie. But I've very much appreciated everybody's hard work, staffs, proponents, opponents. I've talked with everybody. There's a lot to discuss. But I think that the current motion is going in very much in the right direction. I think rejecting the current RFPs is the only thing that makes sense. I think that's cleanest in terms of process. I think that's cleanest in terms of policy. And the reasons for that have been stated eloquently by staff. But along those lines, I wonder, and along the lines of some of the comments that Councilmember Schmidt mentioned, in terms of separating component 4 from components 2 and 3 in terms of RFPs, I wonder if that seems to me to be cleanest as well. We're talking about different design, build, own, operate structures. We're talking about different technologies. We're talking about different ratepayers, different outcomes, and benefits. And so I know that, Phil, you mentioned that you're looking into this, and my sense is strongly leaning towards that. I wonder if it makes more sense for us to just go ahead and give you guys the instruction to split component 4 from components 2 and 3.
I wouldn't object to that. If you just left it at that, to separate out 4, I think that does make sense.
So I'll offer that as an amendment to the maker and the seconder. So the maker is okay with it. No, I don't think I am. But the seconder is not. Story of my life. So I will offer it as an amendment. I thought that was what I just offered, but I guess now I need a seconder.
Could I just assure you that we'll either have separate RFPs, or we will have it so compartmentalized that it'll operate as a separate RFP.
Okay, I'll be satisfied with that, and look forward to seeing it when it comes to us. And I guess I've gotten my point across. That was my biggest concern. I think a lot of the other questions have been asked and answered. So thanks.
Well, I'm going to join with my colleagues in supporting this alternative. And I actually want to join with some of the speakers and the comments that were made about how this is really a significant decision for Palo Alto. I came late to finishing my education and getting my master's degree in 2011 in international relations, and I got to see and read a lot of the contamination that's going on in this globe right now, and the wars that go on from different countries because water goes from one country to the next, to the next, to the next, and the contamination of the air quality, and the different inventions that are going on in the world, and the privilege that America has to outsource a lot of that work. And I'm proud of Palo Alto for wanting to say, no, we want to take it up here, and we want to try to solve this problem here in Palo Alto. And I will be very interested in seeing how these RFPs come in. I don't think that this is the end of this conversation, but it is a proud moment for me to be a Palo Alton. And I'll never forget, just a couple weeks ago, the Vice Mayor and I were up at Lockheed Martin, and they were talking about the transmission that they do on the fiber that we provided back in the late 1990s between their data and Stanford University campus, which just could not be done anyplace else but for the foresight of the City Council. And when I listened to the Vice Mayor talk about those days, it was a tough slug to get the fiber ring built for the research park and the business areas of Palo Alto. And yet it has really paid off spectacularly in ways that none of us really get to see, and yet people still are using it to operate their lives, their livelihood, their research. And this is the type of research, tonight, our research is not as pretty as that. Taking shots of the sun and transmitting what you've got, going over to Stanford for research on what's going on out in outer space is not as much fun as putting together a facility to take, everybody loves it now. I get to talk about sewage sludge with my friends, and how to not incinerate it, and how to be responsible and continue to push the envelope of responsibility, even though it's just not pretty to do. We ask other countries to do it for us when we want to take oil out of their lands without the environmental protections that America has. So with this is a tough nut for us to crack because we have high levels of environmental protection. This will be difficult all the way through, but I'm proud that Palo Alto is taking this effort on, and so I'm enthusiastic with my vote tonight. And I want to thank you for all the work that you've done to get this through. I certainly could never have come up with this myself. I'm just a regular council member that has to look at staff reports, but the work that's gone on specifically through the community and through staff has been really of great value to this community. And I think in 20 years we'll be looking back at this moment as well as a wise decision for the city of Palo Alto. So with that, I do see you have a light on, Councilmember Schmid? No?
Yeah, just a question for
All right.
staff.
But let's not do another round, but yes, a question.
I haven't talked on this round.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Councilmember Price raised the issue of when we lose the ability to make adjustments. Now, I think your original look at the yard trimmings sort of left some time for making adjustments. Under the current motion, I guess we would be going out for an RFP right away. Does that leave any time for learnings of, say, regional alternatives to new technologies?
Well, it reduces that time, and that's obviously one of the differences between the original staff recommendation and the alternative. However, there is still some time in there. There will be the time, the early stages where we're still working on the design, where we could still make major alterations.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and vote. And this is to support the alternative motion by staff. And that motion carries with Councilmember Holman and Schmid voting no. I'm going to ask that we take a few minutes break, but quickly, if people who do not want to stay for the next agenda item quietly move out to the lobby for visits. But council member I know would like to visit as well. And we'll reconvene at past.
Hello, everybody. I'm Vince Larkin, coming to you live from the Palo Alto City Council chambers, where the Palo Alto City Council has been busy tonight. And they're giving Walt Hayes a big round of applause, along with Peter Dreckmeyer, on that on the item that where they've gotten some direction to. It was sort of a green versus green dilemma. They had worked on that. It had been moved from an April agenda item after hearing comment there. It was Greg Scharf who praised both sides tonight, both passionate on each side. It was Liz Niss who led the way, saying that it is time to move on with this, and the council did go. There was another motion led by Schmidt, but that failed on a 7-2 vote. And now we're here tonight, and they've had a big night. They were in a labor negotiations earlier with the city manager, James Kane and Lalo Perez, dealing with employees union for the police officers union, and then also they also have another and they also were dealing with SEIU as well. Then they went on to communities partner presentation by Stanford's Arts. Also, there was a proclamation of National Police Week, and then appointment of candidates for the Public Arts Commission, for the Planning and Transportation Commission as well. Then on to the consent calendar, approval of the second contract amendment for labor negotiations, and also the policy and services adoption ordinance for online electronic filling of campaign statements. The downtown business improvement district item was also looked on tonight. Chop Keenan spoke on that item, and then they moved on to the energy compost proposal, biosolids use at the Measure E composting site. That was continued from April 29th. We also have coming up is the discussion of the council direction and regarding potential November 2014 charter amendments related to council seats, including term limits, beginning and ending of terms, annual reorganization committee, and others. This is what everyone is talking about. We spoke earlier of the Gary Fazzino's vision of a directly elected mayor. His vision was a little bit different than what a regular directly elected mayor is, like they have in San Jose and Oakland and San Francisco, in which the mayor is the principal chief executive of government. In his proposal, the mayor would keep the city manager. The city manager would still be the full-time go-to guy, recommending and serving at the pleasure of the council. But the mayor would take 2 or 3 items that he would run on, and then he would use the office of the mayor's office as the bully pulpit to get what he specifically or she specifically wanted to accomplish as mayor. Then they would also elect a mayor independently every 2 years. There are other items, other things that could be brought up is there a discrepancy between North and South Palo Alto in the fact that we have 9 elected council members and they are from at large. It's an at-large election. They're all elected, but because of that, they feel that South Palo Alto doesn't get the representation. If you rearrange things and you had council members from each district, very similar to the alderman in Chicago type of government, or in bigger cities, or even in San Jose, District 5, District 7, District, where they would run from a certain district for the council, that would spread up into, you'd basically have 9 different districts in Palo Alto with each council member from there. Or in Parliament in England, from a representative from a certain Sussex, East Sussex, West Sussex, oh, here. Or, of course, 19th Congressional District, 12th Congressional District, they have in the legislature of the United States government in Congress. So, and also in the state legislature. So that is something that that they would look at. Also, limiting the council from 9 council members to 7. Now, one time the council was 15. Back in the 70s, 15 council members. Now, the media isn't always happy with more council members because each council member, naturally, human nature feels that if there's an item, they want their shot, they want their chance to speak. So it leads to very long sessions. And if you're covering it, you're trying to organize it and put it together, and you got to wait for each person to talk and then maybe talk again. So that can be problematic. If it's 7, it would be a leaner, meaner council. Of course, the other argument is, well, in all councils have alpha dogs who are, they're in on everything, or they're in on specific items. Specific council members are strong on, Pat Burt, for example, is strong on transportation. Others are strong on other issues. Gail Price on social issues, let's say, or working issues, whatever their expert is, they obviously dominate the stage more. But if you have a lot, and you look at those council members who are working hard, who are involved in every single item, who have something to say on every single thing, or making motions, they're sort of.
Is item number 9, which is where the council is taking up potential charter amendment changes for the November ballot. Primarily, this has been focused on 3 initial considerations called out in 2 colleagues' memos from 2013. 1, the consideration of the council gap by amending the city charter to rotate terms by swearing in new members when the declaration results come to council at the completion of the canvass by the county registrar of voters. Typically, this is transmitted to the city clerk in early December. If the charter were amended, this would mean that the new members could be sworn in as early as December and provide for earlier selection of mayor and vice mayor. The current charter calls for this to happen in the first meeting in January. 2, consider the city attorney's draft language for a charter amendment that would eliminate or extend term limits. And 3, consider the reduction of council seats from 9 to 7. All of these charter changes would require a voter approval by a simple majority. August 8th, 2014 is the final day the council can consider placing an initiative on the ballot. The council has a regular meeting on August 4th, our first meeting after the July break. Since there is a lot to consider with these items, I would first like to take up the concept of which items will be considered, these 3, some of these, or other items. I expect this to come in the form of a motion to have the city attorney draft language and return to council on June 16th. We've provided time to schedule for this for final consideration. If council is interested, Policy and Services is prepared to meet on May 20th to consider specific language and logistics to help the city attorney, but this will need to be in the motion. If there are other charter change topics council may wish to consider, I recommend that these be referred to Policy and Services for initial discussion. I hope to have a formal motion on the table to shape this discussion. So with that, if anybody would like to kick this off, this is the time to do that. Hang on. Let me back up just a second. We do have public speakers on this, and there is no staff presentation. So are there any questions of how to proceed, or should I just go out to the public?
So I was confused on how to proceed. You said that you wanted to know which subjects we're going to talk about, or are you just waiting for a council motion?
Well, I think that it would probably be simplest. We did decide to, last time we looked at this, we did ask the city attorney to draft language for the term limits to come back, and she has this in the packet tonight. She's also illustrated other matters that could be taken up in the initial recommendation, which is item number 3, which we have not taken up, nor were they, some of them were part of the colleagues' memos, but the substantive ones are the ones that I called out that we actually have to vote on by the community. The community has to vote, the voters. So at the same time, this is going to be one of those conversations that gets a little complicated, and I would like to know whether or not we would hear from the public before we get invested in our conversation, or should we, Gail saying public? Public? Okay. So in that case, since we don't have a staff report on this, I'm going to go straight out to the public. And we have a few speakers on this. The first will be Roger Smith, and you will have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And the next person is Robert Moss. And now
yes, I've spoken before on this. I'm a big believer in taking the council from 9 to 7. I just think it would be much more efficient. I think it would take less time. I think the staff would be more productive. And I'm a big believer, spending my career in the private sector, that time is money. And so I very much would like you to do that. I would appreciate if you could have that as a separate ballot. I think, as Larry mentioned tonight, let the voters decide. And it seems to me, and I haven't studied everything that you're going to discuss in full, but that is very simple, the 9 to 7, and then put the other things on another ballot and let the voters decide. I really believe in my heart that by going from 9 to 7, we can keep some people that have been elected, and in my opinion, were very good council people that elect not to run. And I'll be very specific. Peter, Sid, and I'm very sad that Gail is not going to run. I think if we go to 9 to 7, we can get people that will possibly come out and run because they'll have more of a say. And I think it's a very important decision. And I really appreciate all your work. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert Moss, to be followed by Joe Hirsch.
Well, it's deja vu all over again, Mayor Shepard. This has been going on for decades, and I think some of the proposals that are before you are good and some of them are lousy. Let me make some comments. As you know, I opposed term limits when they were first suggested in 1991 and 92 and 93. I think it was a lousy idea then. I think it's a lousy idea now. And at the very least, since at the state level they've extended terms to 3 terms instead of 2, I think there's a high probability that you can get the term limits extended to 3, but my preference would be to have it just removed altogether. And if you wanted to give people a real choice, you could put both of those options on the ballot and see how people vote for them. Either eliminate term limits or make it 3 terms max. On reducing the size of the council, this comes up time after time after time, and there's all sorts of reasons, like we'll get more candidates or more people will run because there are going to be seats or all this. That's nonsense. Depending on the environment, depending on the issues, and depending on what other things people have to do, I can recall times when there were 22 candidates for 4 seats on the council, 17 candidates for 5 seats. So getting people to run isn't the problem. The problem is Palo Alto is different from some of these other cities. Unlike Mountain View, for example, we have our own utility system, which means council members have to be aware of how our utilities run and operate. You have to have a council representative as a coordinator with utilities. We also have more boards and commissions in many other cities. And you want to have council members who are working with those boards and commissions. If you cut it back from 9 to 7, the council members who are left are going to have an awful lot more on their plate. Also, we're doing more and more work with other government agencies, at the state and the federal level. And again, we need to have council members who have the time to do that. Finally, there's comments that, gee, if we have 9 council members, the meetings last too long. It's not the number of council members, it's how the council members conduct themselves. When we had Lee Levy and the late Jack Sartorius on the council, meetings would run until 1 and 2 and 3 in the morning because they love to talk. On the other hand, Ann Witherspoon and Joe Huber hardly said any word. So, and when they did speak, it was extremely succinct. So if you are worried about the meetings running too long, you do what I suggested years ago. You let the members of the public speak without limit and limit the council members to 4 minutes on each topic.
Thank you, Joe Hirsch, to be followed by Aram James.
Mayor Shepard, council members,
I'm going to take just the opposite viewpoint. I think the current term limit should be maintained such that council members only have 2 terms. I think turnover is good, new blood, so to speak, and it gives an opportunity for new people to run, which I think is unbelievably worthwhile. Frankly, if it's good enough for the President of the United States, it ought to be good enough for the City Council of Palo Alto. I support reducing the council from 9 to 7, if for no other reason that it would make for shorter meetings. Another way to do that is that given the public is only permitted to speak 3 minutes, maybe council members should be limited to speaking 3 minutes. Dialogue goes on just too long, too dramatically, and having fewer people might make for shorter meetings. And there's no indication that the outcomes would be any different or worse. Elections by district, it's mentioned in the staff report. You know, I would like to think that council members would be aware of and take into consideration the impacts of issues all over town. The town is big, but not all that big. On the other hand, I'm not so sure, particularly after Measure D, with the fact that there seems, at that time, maybe still does, some denial going on as to the impact and how the residents spoke at that. One member up here seems to have heard the issue and the mandate of the city about Measure E, but not Measure D. Now, compensation. I think your compensation is totally inadequate. I think essentially you have at least half-time jobs, maybe not more so. And I think that $600 a month, if that's what it is dramatically short of what it should be. I think something on the order of at least $24,000 is worthwhile. You make major decisions, you pay your consultants a lot more, yet you're the ones who sit in the hot seat and make the decisions. These should not be colded, they should not be subject to pensions or anything like that, given the significant increase that I'm suggesting. But I think it would be worthwhile to at least encourage other people who need some form of income to run for city council. I've talked to a lot of people about running, and they can't do it because they just won't have any income or enough income at the $600 level. I think a significant increase is warranted. If you went to $24,000, it would be $24,000 a year per person. It would only be $216,000 per year for the city, which I think would be money well spent. Thank you.
Aram James, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Unlike Mr. Smith, who spoke about being in the private sector, I was in the public defender's office, and I don't like efficiency. I wanted a jury of at least 12 people, and I didn't want them to do things quickly, because when they did, they more often than not came up with guilty verdicts, often when the evidence pointed in the other direction. So I want more democracy and not less. I'd take the 9 that we have on the United States Supreme Court and the 7 that we have on the California Supreme Court, and if my math is right, that's 16, and that'd be a good starting spot for the number of city council members. As far as term limits, you know, I have to get stuck with some really bad people that I've expressed my discontent in the press about with if I do away with term limits, but I blame myself for not getting more voters out to turn out the people on the council that I don't think speak to human rights issues. So I'm against term limits. I'm for me doing more to get the voters out. I think that's consistent with democracy. I also think that the issues that come before you are often way too complex for a part-time city council. I think we should have full-time, paid, well-paid city council members who select their own staffs that aren't tied to the staff of paid staff from out of the city, but to the particular council people that are voted in, and it should be done on a district level. I would have loved to have been able to go over to Gail Price's house, because she lives in my community, and know that I could speak to her and she could, you know, represent my district. So that's important to me. And I do think this is a big enough and important enough issue about democracy that it should go to the Policies and Services Committee and come back here for more talk, more discussion, because certainly diversity is important, not just in terms of race and age and gender, but economic diversity. And so really, seriously, I don't care how long you talk, as long as we reach good decisions on the important issues that affect our democracy. it's been said before, democracy is a messy business, but we got to take the time to get it right, and so often we don't. So that's my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Borak, to be followed by Lois Salo.
Thank you. I'm opposed to putting any of these measures on the ballot. In regard to extending term limits, leaving aside those who served previously, Vice Mayor Niss and Councilmember Klein, with the two-term limit, all of you would have 8 or 9 years on the council, and therefore you wouldn't be eligible for lifetime medical benefits. Third term would mean if you'd been there 12 or 13 years, that's 60% or 65% of paid medical benefits for life. So first, I would say don't put that one on the ballot at all. Alternatively, have it apply only to people who are newly elected to the council and have never served on the council before. And the third alternative is to link the third term being allowed by doing away with council members' retirement medical benefits. In regard to the swearing in of council members, you don't have to have a council meeting to swear in the council members. You can come in to the clerk's office on the first business day of the year and be sworn in. When Councilmember Klein was appointed to the council on February 23rd, 1981, he didn't even serve on the dais at that meeting, because the mayor said he would be serving at the next meeting, which was March 9th, 1981. And sometime between those two meetings, he got sworn in. At the first meetings of 1984 and 1988, the mayor, first Mayor Levy, and then the mayor that other year said that the clerk had sworn in the new members before the meeting. You don't need to have a meeting of the council if what you're concerned about is having council members sworn in on the council. On the issue of random ballot order, it's already been done 3 times, and it's the Secretary of State's random order, not the clerk's. And so what I would suggest, you just pass an ordinance that says the Secretary of State random ballot order implements the charter provision for having names drawn by lot. In regard to compensation, compensation consists of both salary and the benefits. And considering how high there's been an increase in your benefits, I suspect that if you add the salary and benefits together, it's probably been increased more than the percentage allowed by state law already. Finally, in the 4 items on page 6, packet page 239, I don't believe a council at just a meeting like this with at least 2 lame duck council members should be making those kinds of decisions. These kinds of decisions about what should be on the ballot for charter amendments typically come from some kind of charter review commission and by council members who have taken the time to deliberate them over a period of months. Thank you.
Lois Salo, to be followed by Timothy Gray.
Hello, my name is Lois Salo, and I'm against term limits. If you are good people, I'd like you to keep serving. I think that the size of the city council is adequate now. I'd like it kept that way. I do agree that compensation should be much higher than it is now, possibly on a half-time basis or full-time basis, so that people who otherwise cannot afford to be on the city council would then be able to do that. Whatever is going to be the most democracy for the city, and sometimes it's not the most the shortest time or the most convenient time. And yes, sometimes I do wish that the city council would be a little more brief, but it's still, they're taking up important issues with important opinions, and I'm very happy to hear that they are so very committed to this. And those are my opinions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Timothy Gray, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Tim Gray, Park Boulevard, South Palo Alto. And I'm very interested in supporting the idea that there could be districts in the city of Palo Alto. And I think that that would increase citizen involvement and lead to a more representative government. So, and then the second part I would encourage is that each change that's coming across, that we would be allowed to vote on it separately, because some of these issues seem to conflict with each other, whether it be term limits, size of the council, so that there could be a distinct choice about that and not a packaging to manipulate the vote. And then the final principle, and I think that each one of you needs to make a commitment to this, is that any of the changes that would come through would not impact you personally, that there needs to be a sunset to the implementation of the laws so that there isn't a self-interest in the laws changing. So your terms don't extend, or your district doesn't extend. There is no impact on you, so that it could be, otherwise it will be seen as more of a political manipulation. And I'd really like to see a real commitment to that principle. And it seems like that would be the only route to transparency.
Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Phyllis Castle.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I'm kind of happy with term limits because they seem to have worked, and I notice that if people are on the council for too long, they get to form around them a critical mass. They like to be on the council because they're very successful, but it's too much of a unified monolithic council, which I really don't approve of. I wouldn't like to see the council member number reduced, because I think we get very good value for you. I think you all work lots harder than you get paid, and no, I don't think you deserve well, it's not a matter of desserts. I don't think you should be paid twice as much or significantly more. I think you need to have the 9 people, and that composting meeting was a perfect example. Apparently, there had not been enough council members so that we had a committee that could ride herd on the staff and learn exactly all the infinitely detailed, complicated things that had to be learned by somebody. It was work that somebody had to do, and there wasn't anybody there to do it. When you changed the proposition, like on 24 hours notice, that was an indication that something had gone awry. And I would say that of the 9 of you, we can't spare 3. I don't know who I'd get rid of. I like all of you, and I think you deserve, although not a pay raise. I think you should be fed every night, but I do feel very strongly that there should not be an impediment to running, and there is. You have to pay to put a ballot statement on, and it's hundreds of dollars. That's ridiculous. And you should also be compensated for your travel time. If you want to go to a conference in Los Angeles, City of Palo Alto can pay for that. And but most especially, I would like to see the impediments to running eliminated. And that's all I have to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Phyllis Castle.
Thank you for having me speak this evening. Sorry, I just ran in at the last minute. I believe you received a letter from us at the very last minute this afternoon. But we're glad you gave us the opportunity to speak. The League is very interested in matters related to city government. Our letter was included a complete listing of the whole position that we have on city government that was done earlier. The support statement reads, support of the principles of the Charter of the City of Palo Alto is in effect, as it was in effect in July 1968. Remember, that's the principles of that. And the city manager form of government is embodied therein with specific endorsements and exceptions as outlined in the objections of this principle. And there are a few of those that directly apply to what you're discussing this evening. Some of them have been completed and you're doing, and some of them fall under the Brown Act now. The ones that are important are retention of the charter as a general document with specific details of government in the administrative code. Obsolete materials should be removed. The code should specify current practices in election procedures. We support the present at-large method of election of the city council members, the present council size of 9 members, selection of mayor from council by council, and strong city manager government structure with no change in basic relationship between the mayor and the manager. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple lights from before we went out for oral comment, so I'm going to go ahead and start with them. I have Vice Mayor Niss.
So I have several comments to make, but at the end of that, I am going to begin by saying I do think that we should send this to the policy committee. But along with that, I want to make a number of comments, and I really appreciate Phyllis Castle showing up tonight. And I was at their annual meeting on Saturday morning, and they had a discussion about this as well as about our Palo Alto. So I do think, and we did talk about that earlier with Council Molly Stump regarding should these be separate issues, and when they do come, I hope they would be separate issues. The 9 to 7, going through these as they have come up, the 9 members to 7 members is, honestly, you could almost argue it on either side. You could say with 9, you can cover the territory far better than you can. With 7, as maybe Bob Moss, you said that, maybe we should be as disciplined as we make our members who wish to talk as our audience is. And I'm not sure that isn't a good idea. And you probably noticed several times the mayor and I have tried that this year. A couple of times we've done it with a motion. By the time we've talked about 5 minutes, I frankly think we get redundant. As far as term limits, and it was interesting, again, I don't know which of you spoke of it tonight, but I was there in 1991 when the motion was made by someone who had just been elected to their 3rd term, and you all know who that would be. And at that time, I went back and I did some research between 1960 and 1990. The average length of time served was 6.5 years. It is the same now. You don't need term limits. I think going perhaps to 3 terms is not a bad idea. But for the most part, people are self-limiting. You could look in this audience tonight and see people like Peter Dreckmeyer. Peter only served 1 term. Sid only served 1 term. Yahweh only served 1 term. People have reasons for serving 1 term. Some of us even get tired of sitting here until midnight. So there are a number of reasons why. Councilmember Berman has just gone back to work. I think he will attest to it begins to change your entire life when suddenly you have 2 very demanding aspects of your life that you're dealing with on a regular basis. As far as swearing in new members, again, one of you in the audience spoke to it very artfully. Of course, you can swear in anybody anytime. And I have often felt that Council Members Klein and Schmidt brought that up. You've heard me speak of that many times before. I think that's a highly unnecessary change, but again, and coming to compensation, one of the best quotes I've seen about this came from former Mayor Mike Kasperzak in Mountain View, who said, for the most part, people who can serve are either retired, they are
maybe they have a trust fund, and I'm not speaking of that lightly. I mean, they have some other means that supports them, because there's almost no way that you could do this without having some other means of support. $600 a month, and I think Stephanie Munoz is right. At least feed us once a night. So, and as far as lame ducks, because I think this is important, I actually think lame ducks help make some of the best decisions, because there's nothing in it for them anymore. And I think that those are some of the very best ways to make the decisions. So with that, I'm going to try a motion, having said my piece, that would say that I think it is wise to move this to the Policy and Services Committee and come back here with as much expediency as possible, because we will need to vote on this. And let me look again at Molly Stump. I think we had said by June 20th, am I correct?
Thank you, Councilmember Niss.
Not the finale, but the
Right.
next time we should look at it.
Right. I will
We
check.
have it on the 16th. It can come back to full council on the 16th.
Thank you.
And our last day to vote on it would be the 8th of August, but we'd have to have a special meeting. So if we need to bring something back after the 16th, we might be able to fit it in on the 23rd, but it would probably be August 4th.
And in that, included in that motion, aside from speed, is also to look at these items as though they were going to be separately put on the ballot. And maybe Molly could just speak to how you would separate them.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. It's permissible to include any or all of these items in one ballot measure if the council chose to do that, or you can break them up into various packages or individual items. There is a cost associated with every measure that you place on the ballot, so that may be something that you want to get some information from the clerk on as you move down the road.
So the items that, and because the mayor has just said which items in particular, I don't think I'm going to call those out. I've just spoken to the 9 to 7 and the term limits and the compensation. Those would be primarily the items that I would speak to. As I have said, I'm not concerned about swearing in new members. You could do that on the phone. So that's my motion. I'll wait for a second before I say any more.
Okay, there's been a motion to take the entire matter to Policy and Services without any specificity, is the way I understand this? There's no specificity to...
I've included in this the specifics. I don't think we're going to look at anything
But
beyond those
reducing
things.
members from 9 to 7?
Reducing the members, looking at the term limits.
None of that is in
and
the motion.
compensation.
So why don't we take a look at this motion and see if this is what you wanted to say. So term limits, now there's no recommendation on the term limits from full council with your motion?
No.
Okay, and the annual reorganization meeting and compensation?
Compensation is included, and 9 to 7 is included.
And term limits? Why are they going away after you do this?
I don't know why.
I don't...
Say all the items that are mentioned in
Yes, so
all of the items that are in the...
not district elections, not direct election of mayor. So, well, otherwise you're going to go all over the place. So let's see if there's a second to this first before.
Yeah,
Okay.
Councilmember Klein has seconded it. So do you wish to speak any further to your motion?
No, I really don't. I think I've
Is this
asked
the way
enough.
you want the motion to read?
So I would say this, but at the same time, I would say that it should not be limited. So I'm going to suggest this as...
What is full service?
I didn't put full service in. You didn't hear me say that.
I know, we're just trying to get the motion.
Right. So why don't you take just a moment, read this motion, and then you can let me send it down to comments with Councilmember Klein.
But let me be clear. I don't want to limit this group to only talking about that, but these are the 3 items that I would really like to... No, not the annual reorganizational meeting. I'm saying that one doesn't... They'll take it up anyway. But mine is still term limits, 9 to 7, and compensation. Those are the 3 that I would like to definitely have covered.
So number of council members, compensation, and term limits.
Correct.
Okay. So this is your motion.
To be included, but
and I need to think how to say this. I would like all of those included, include the below, but it doesn't exclude a conversation regarding other items.
Okay, this would be direction with the city attorney to do language for ballot initiatives, because that's what we're going to need on the 16th of June. So is this how you want this to read?
This is how I want it to read, but I think it will come back quite differently from committee.
Okay, Councilmember Klein, would you like to speak to your second?
Well, we don't have a clear motion yet, frankly. I think that I think it would be much easier for us to say that the Policy and Services Committee to consider any or all of the items that are mentioned in the report that we have before us tonight, and trust that the committee is going to. I'm sorry to interrupt.
We're clarifying the motion.
Well, okay, what is it now? I would say that we refer this back to Policy and Services Committee to discuss and recommend to the Council on any or all of the items that are listed in the staff report that we have before us tonight.
It's fine with me, believe it or not. I just want to get this thing underway, and I don't want us to have to spend another hour tonight having
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
this discussion. So that's why I said below, it doesn't exclude a conversation of other items.
Which way do you want to work? I will strongly urge that we simplify the language and not call out any of the items. Just say, refer this to the Policy and Service Committee for its recommendations on any or all of the items that are listed in the staff report.
It's fine.
And,
I think that's what I said up above.
well, then we ought to get rid of all the other language that talks about the ones that you prefer.
Well,
of
course.
He wants to get rid of the three that you called out.
Oh, you don't want to call out anything?
Right. Just leave it to the committee to do its work, and then it comes back to the council. Because otherwise, you're going to engender a discussion tonight as to everybody else's
If you prefer
favorite
that
issues.
as the seconder, it doesn't matter, believe it or not. I would like to get this moved to a committee.
Yes, I know.
And I would like to have a discussion of it, but I hope you will concentrate on those three things.
Is it part of the motion or not?
It can come. Councilmember Klein, if it comes out of the motion, I think I've made it clear about what I'd like to see come back to us.
That's fine. That's your opinion. That's great. And it's only your opinion that makes it a lot easier. I would urge, I'm very deliberately not going to speak to any of the items that have been mentioned, because I would, A, like to encourage colleagues not to, so that we can have a full and vigorous discussion when it comes back to the council. Once we're informed on by the discussion that I think we'll have at Policy and Services, and also the conversation that I think we will have in the public. We've had virtually no discussion by the public so far. Public is not, we've heard from a half dozen people. I hope we hear from a lot more. But we also need to have a more careful consideration than I think we're going to have tonight, before we commit to some changes that, or at least putting them before the public, that would have some far-reaching effects. We haven't talked at all, for example, about timing of any of these items. When would they go into effect? Would they go into effect in 2014, 2016, 2018? We haven't had any input as to what other communities are doing. We have nothing before us as, for example, as what's the compensation, complete compensation of council members around the county, taking into account, as I think we should, benefits. And there may be other items to consider as well. What's the situation around the county with regard to election of mayor and terms? So I think we're far from fully informed, and thus I don't feel that we should be taking positions until we get fully informed, and I think we have enough time to do it. And so that I don't think we need to have a charter review commission. I think these are pretty clear issues, but I don't think we're fully informed yet. So my idea is that we get this to the Policy and Services Committee with almost a blank piece of paper before, and the Policy and Services Committee will have a debate, come back with recommendations. We'll hear from a lot of the public, and hopefully we'll make some good decisions.
I hope you do hear from the public, but I thought there was a pretty good turnout tonight.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I concur that these issues need a lot more vetting, and for that reason, I discouraged the Policy and Services Committee with trying to make too many changes. I would say that if we're going to look at wholesale changes, I really would be interested in a charter review committee. These are pretty substantive, some of them very consequential. Councilmember Klein raised a number of the issues that are layers on this discussion, including ones around the effective dates or the timing. I think I've heard some consensus that these would be decoupled, that we'd look at these individually, and I would strongly support that. But I also do think that that it's worthwhile to have some input from the council, not determinative, but some input from colleagues tonight so that they have a sense of where their colleagues are on going in. I will say that the cleanup language on effective dates, and as we look at the charter, other ambiguities that may exist in the charter, and I think there are some around elections, could be done in one potential ballot item to clean up several things that are just clarifications on some issues. I would also, I believe that a smaller council size to 7 would in all likelihood lead to more efficient and more effective government. And I will await seeing the discourse from the Policy and Services Committee, but I lean in that direction. I think some of these others, such as a compensation, I don't think that should be considered until after the public would have an opportunity to look at council size, because then we might have a different discussion around what would be appropriate compensation. And on the term limits, I think that there are pros and cons on this argument. I think that we've gone too far at the higher levels of elective office on term limits. I'm not sure that we've gone too far here. We don't have anything like lifetime term limits. Somebody can go off the council for 2 years, and even though it hasn't occurred, they could run again subsequently. And I think that there is a significant advantage to incumbency at any level, including the local level. And I think there is a real value at a local government of refreshing the representation and the change in people who are coming and representing the people. And so I think that there's a real value in sustaining that, and I think that we may have it about right in the way that we do things today on the term limits, which are, like I said, not lifetime. So those are my inputs at this point in time, and I look forward to having a more detailed discussion later.
Councilmember Scharf.
So I guess I want to talk about the mechanics a little bit of this. So if it goes to Policy and Services, when did we thought Policy and Services could hear it? May 20th?
It's scheduled for the 20th of May. We've already got a meeting posted for that day.
It may take more than one Policy and Services Committee meeting, frankly.
Now, let's just go to the June 16th is when it would be my preference to bring it back in order to
Bring it back to council.
Bring it back to full council.
Because I thought I heard you say August something, so I was...
August 4th is the last time, so if it needs to go to council twice for any reason, the 16th and then possibly August 4th. That's why I wanted to try to bring it back on the 16th. On the 9th, I think you will be gone.
On the 9th, I'll be gone.
Yes, and so we wanted to have all 9 members here. Okay. So this is sort of how we've sketched it out. So and the city attorney has said that she would be prepared to draft language and try to turn this around quickly in order to make these deadlines. So she might want to speak to that
now. Wait,
now.
before she speaks to that, I have well, maybe it's the same question. I was going to ask, when in terms of drafting language, is your idea that Policy and Services would have the ability to ask the city attorney to direct up language that we could look at?
Well, that's where I'm getting a little confused. This sounds like this is going to be a little more of a production, but we'd have to figure out how to give that direction to Policy and Services, because if it doesn't come back with possible draft language that we can place on the ballot on the 16th, then we're going to have to ask her to do it over break. And then make sure we do it at the 4th meeting, August 4th. And we do have a lot on our work plan. That's when we're supposed to have the comprehensive plan come back to us.
City Attorney?
So as I understand the motion, it's a broad delegation to policy and services to take up the whole topic. So we wouldn't be preparing any language for that initial or any survey work or staff preparatory work. We would be convening at the committee, and the committee would be directing what it wanted to do from there. So it very well may be, if there is survey work that needs to be done, as Councilmember Klein mentioned, that work is directed and then comes back for a second meeting at Policy and Services. And I have not checked the calendar to determine what the timing would be on that.
No, my question, but I think...
Yeah, that's different from his question.
Right now, the second meeting is the 10th of June.
Yeah, I'll just speak to the schedule here as Chair of Policy and Services. We have a meeting on the 13th of May. We have a tentative meeting on the 20th if needed. We have our regular meeting June 10, and we have a tentative placeholder for June 17. So we have polled members of the Policy and Services group, and those are the dates that are on our calendars.
So Chair Price, the Policy and Services meeting tomorrow, May 13th, isn't available for this item because it hasn't been noticed for that.
No, I get that. Right. Yeah, right. Absolutely correct. So it will be the 20th, and then June 10 is our regular meeting, and we also have a placeholder for June 17th. May I speak to this? Or I'm in
hang on just a second.
Okay.
Councilmember Scharf, are you still working this?
No,
you still have the floor.
No, I think I got that. So I understood it to be a broad delegation so that if we need work from staff or we need work from the city attorney in drafting it, that's all within the purview of Policy and Services to ask that.
Well, that's the question.
So those are your only comments about this motion?
I think Policy and Services has the authority.
Right. I was asking that question of Policy and Services, and what I'm hearing is Policy and Services does, unless anyone disagrees.
I'm sorry, have the authority to direct that the city attorney do language or?
Yes, do language.
Do language.
Yes, do language. So we come to council with suggested language of how this looks.
That's not what this motion says. So I guess.
Well, it's a broad delegation authority. So if it's not, then I'm going to go ahead and make that amendment. So I'm just trying to clarify.
So council members, we would always assume that a council committee has the authority to direct staff to do that type of staff work.
Okay.
So if we were directed by a committee to do some work to prepare language or do survey work to support the committee's discussions, we would always assume that a committee had that authority.
Okay.
So I guess I also had some other questions on this. I actually didn't think it should be as open-ended as Councilmember Klein thinks or suggests. And I guess we don't have to take it up at Policy and Services, but I wonder if we're going to, I'm wondering if we should basically, well, I guess I'm going to ask Councilmember Klein how he sees this going at Policy and Services a little bit. Do you see people raising whatever issues they want, and if we don't raise it, the issue doesn't get raised, or do you think it's worthwhile here? I mean, really, to say raise these issues and not raise others. I mean, that does limit it. I see you felt strongly about that. I saw that.
And I still do. If nobody on the Planning and Policy and Services Committee likes a particular issue, then it won't come forward to the council. All right. You don't have something coming forward from a committee which doesn't have any support. I mean, for example, if Molly had included in her report that nobody over the age of 50 could serve on the city council.
A lot of us would go home.
And Mark would be the only council member.
Well, I'm glad I loosened up the meeting.
I've changed my mind.
Then it wouldn't come before the council. But as with anything else that comes as a recommendation from a committee, if Mark at that point decided to bring it up, he could then bring it up even though it wasn't part of the committee recommendation. Okay, it might have to go back. Anyway, what I was trying to avoid and still want to avoid is a repeat process. If everybody speaks and says, I'm in favor of this, but I'm opposed to that, then haven't we already made a decision? And I don't think we're really prepared to make a decision on some of these things that are, I think, very important to our community and which we have not had any really thoughtful discussion.
And that's why I'm refraining from giving my opinions on these issues.
I'm sorry?
And that's why I am refraining from giving my opinions on these issues.
Policy and services.
Correct.
Some of us aren't.
All right. I'm done.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes. In terms of getting public input, I'm hoping staff will outreach to the neighborhood groups. It's just one comedy act tonight, isn't it? To reach out to neighborhood groups and other residential groups and appreciate the League's participation in this. And I hope the League will weigh in on these other issues that are being potentially discussed. Having to do with the issue of compensation, I hope what would be part, since I'm on finance, not policy and services, I hope what would be part of the conversation would also be inclusion of the fact that there are many, many examples at all levels of government how the compensation doesn't have to be accepted. But I think it is one way to broaden the pool of potential candidates, like one of the members of the public mentioned. I also hear from people that just, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's beyond public service. It's a hardship at this rate. So I would hope that there's one that we wouldn't consider, because I'm looking at how much work it might be for city attorney, and just to kind of curtail the discussion at policy and services, I would hope that we would not discuss districts, election by districts. And the reason for that is because it's just too small a community for that. It's too small, and we need the best candidates who hopefully will look at, I think Annette Ashton sent an email, who look at the community holistically. So I don't think Councilmember Klein would accept taking that out, but I'll offer it as an amendment that we eliminate discussion of election by district.
It's fine with me.
Okay, so you're seconding that amendment then? Vice Mayor Ness?
I would include it with the motion, to be honest. How about Councilmember Klein?
I'll go along with it if everybody else agrees to not to have any other ones along this line. Because otherwise, I personally agree with that. But if we're going to go one by one on all of these things, then there's no point in sending it to a committee, and we're having a process where we're making important decisions with no information.
That's my only suggestion. Yeah. So
Well, then
it
let's
seems to be
exclude
accepted.
this.
So it seems to be accepted that election by district would be excluded. That seems to be
I'm not
accepted. I'm sorry?
Make a motion. No, I said I would accept it if everybody agreed not to make any other motions.
Okay, so I need to get clear. The maker has approved this language, but you have not.
And
If everybody nods their head and says there'll be no more motions like that, I'll go.
Okay, then I'm going to, then Councilmember Burt, you have seconded the motion?
Well,
The
Vice Mayor Niss
amendment?
did first, I think.
Pardon?
I think Vice Mayor Niss.
I'm
Yes.
fine with it.
Okay,
she will-
either way, it's fine. Either
Yeah.
way.
So do you want to speak to that at all, Karen?
I do not.
Councilmember Burt?
Well, this is why I wouldn't go along with Councilmember Klein. Yes, I think it's a good idea, and I would also like to add to the amendment that the Policy and Services Committee exclude consideration of a directly elected mayor. I think it's too big of a topic for this. Do you accept that? Okay.
I would accept that.
Okay. And I'll just say that it's different for us to exclude what Policy and Services may talk about versus all of us going around on telling Policy and Services which of the remaining ones should be brought back under specific things. This just narrows the conversation.
Okay, I've cleared the lights. If anybody would like to speak to this amendment, Councilmember Price.
Yes, as the esteemed chair of Policy and Services, I'm very worried because Right now, it feels like, we have the whole universe to deal with related to items brought up in the original staff report. My question, and I think it's been touched on, is does the staff have enough clarity at this moment regarding what they will bring forward as background information?
I'm sorry, can I just speak to the amendment, and then the rest of the motion will be asking probably those types of questions?
Okay, I won't. All right.
So does anybody else want to speak on behalf of this amendment? I'm going to go ahead and take a shot at speaking on this. I happen to agree. I know that you want to have it wide open at Policy and Services, and had I known that, I think we should have brought this forward in February so that we could have that thoughtful process. We don't have that. This has been a sitting colleagues memo for over a year now, where a year ago people were accusing this of just what was the rush. And I think that eliminating these two at least eliminates some of the things that I think would take some real community dialogue. I think that we have had community dialogue many times on the other items with colleagues' memos in the past on both council size and term limits, and so this has been out there in the community before. So I will be supporting the amendment. And I don't see any other lights, so let's go ahead and vote. This is for the amendment to exclude that. So that carries with Councilmember Klein voting no. So that's included into as an amendment to the motion. Councilmember Holman, do you wish to make any more comments on the main motion?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Price, now main motion.
Yes, I'm still concerned and worried, but it will come back to Policy and Services. I think that my concern is the timing to adequately address these very important and significant items. Could I ask the city attorney at this stage, or if Jim Keene could clarify what will be brought forward to us, if anything, at this stage, other than some of the work that's already been prepared in this staff report?
So Chair Price, we would work with you as the chair to decide how to frame the item, but as I understand it, it really is a council-initiated item at this point that's broad, excluding these two items, and we would not anticipate any specific staff work pending direction from the committee.
Okay, and then we know we have certain numbers of meetings in order to get this an outcome that has some meaning. Okay, so there we go.
Yeah, if I just might add, I think some of this just has to do with the quick turnaround time between now and the May 20th meeting. Is that correct? So there's always a possibility that you might give us more specific direction at that meeting for the subsequent meeting if there was any particular research or whatever it is that you wanted to do, us to do. And we're actually familiar with a lot of source documents and things that can give you a lot of info, and some of us have experience with every one of these variations and can offer you some perspective.
Councilmember Berman.
So won't go into too many specifics, but given that I'm not on Policy and Services, I do want to at least kind of indicate generally where I'm coming from, which is I have concerns that changes to the charter would negatively impact the ability of new people to get involved and to serve on the city council. And I think a combination of these things that we've discussed, term limit extensions, decreasing the number of members on the city council, done in conjunction, do create more difficulty for new people to get involved. I agree with some of the comments that Councilmember Holman made about, I think it was something about this, borderline being a burden. But at the same time, I still very much consider this community service. It's a lot of service, but it's a chance for me to serve my community, and that's an awesome thing that I try to keep in the back of my mind when I'm spending my weekends reading council packets and emails. And I think that as many people as possible should have the opportunity to do this. And I, don't want to create too much change that negatively impacts that. So that'll be the general comments that I'll give to Policy and Services before they go and consider this. And I'd also fully agree with Tim Gray that any changes should not impact us. or we shouldn't fall under any changes in regards to term limit extensions would be the one that I'm speaking to specifically on that issue. But I'll save more specific comments for that council.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Just to be clear on the motion on the table, it says that we are considered and recommending any or all of the items listed in the report. Now, I count 6 items listed in the report, and we've just excluded 2 of them. So we are recommending that there's 4 things that will be discussed. Is that correct?
Why don't you restate them?
I don't know.
Can you restate them?
I didn't count them all.
Yeah, if you turn to packet page 236, issue number 1, term limits. On the next page, issue number 2, beginning and end of terms, schedule of reorganization meeting. And on packet page 239, there are then 4 additional items. Reduced from 9 to 7. Should the council be considered full-time and have a compensation issue? And then we have eliminated the by district and the mayor. So that leaves 4 items. Is that what the vote is?
The timing of taking office.
Yeah, that's item number 2 that is back there on page 237.
City clerk would also like to have the order of the ballots to be eliminated Palo Alto style and allow it to just go the way the county goes, so that they don't have to get held up for us.
Yes, that is noted in a paragraph. It's not numbered, but it's noted. So that would be 5 items. I mean, I'm in favor of that because we're talking serious, important things, and I think a concentration of effort to policy and services would be good, but it does give us an agenda, it gives staff an agenda to help us with. So if that's correct, I'm...
Okay, I'm going to make just a couple of comments. I know that some people think this is appropriate, sometimes it's not. I have to say, tomorrow morning, the League of Cities is asking that we join a conference call on SB 792, which is the Bay Area's adjustments to SB 375, which is the Sustainable Communities Strategies. They're going to be figuring out how to, the League of Cities is explaining that there's going to be more of a shift of zoning ability taken away from us for how we get to operate with our city. And they're concerned about that, and they want to hear from the cities. This means that ABAG and MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, will have possibly more authority. Those are 2 commissions that we can never get on with term limits, ever. And it concerns me when our community so desperately wants to see us have the type of autonomy of our own zoning that we want to keep, and yet at the same time limit our ability to be able to access the actual committees that are making some decisions that are of significant magnitude to the Bay Area and to Palo Alto. So I'm thankful that we are able to have the timing, and I wish that we had more timing. I wish I understood that people wanted to have a longer process on this. I'm very sad that this didn't come earlier to council to give this direction, and I hope that we can get something going, if not this time, then in 2 years for the next elections, so that we can allow, and us who want to go on to a 3rd or 4th term, if we have no term limits, to try to get access to those boards and commissions that do this type of thinking. The current president of ABAG is the mayor of Clayton, which is in the Bay Area, and the vice mayor is a supervisor in Sonoma County. I don't think either one of them has the type of impactful traffic and congestion that we have in the Bay Area down here in the peninsula, and I definitely know that their numbers for zoning units are not even close to ours. And that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate and value the fact that we're trying to have a sustainable community strategy. But at the same time, there are interests that do percolate up that need to be at the table as these decisions go forward, with these decisions that take more and more away from the city's ability to zone their own properties and lands. And I think that that's fundamental with city government. So with that, I'm hopeful that we do get this, something coming forward on the 16th. And it looks like you might have an ability to have 2 policy and services meetings between them. The city attorney, who's already working overtime on our creek permits that have been denied by the state, and many other items that are being taken up by the city attorney's department right now. We'll have to work once again overtime on this type of language. And if it's not thoughtful enough, then I will be suggesting that we move it to another a period of council elections. So so those are, I hope that the Policy and Services Committee takes some of that into consideration, or at least if this could be explainable to some of the members who think that this is an insignificant consideration this evening. I know many have spoken on both sides of the issue, but that is exactly why I'm interested in this. I think that it's really hard to go to tell the community that we did good enough. And if some of us want to take that extra charge to go beyond to some of these regional meetings, which are chaotic and not well organized sometimes, not easy to get your opinions in. It takes a lot of stamina from colleagues on council to do this with very little pay. So thank you for Policy and Services for taking this up. I'll be supporting the motion. I do have 2 people that have put their lights on for a second round, and I'm not inclined to go out for a round unless there's a real problem with the motion as it is right now. So I'm seeing everybody saying no, never mind, so we're going to go ahead and vote on this motion. And that carries unanimously, and Policy and Services, it looks like that tentative got to a firm meeting on the 20th of May. And with that, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is item number 10.
10:30, Madam Mayor.
It's 10:30. We did not do a 10 o'clock check-in. So do we want to take up the next 3 items? I know we have somebody that came down from San Francisco to speak on the last item. Do we have an issue with taking on item number 10, which is that the Avenidas one? Yeah. And then also after that, we did schedule them for just 15 minutes. I'm not sure if we're going to have a...
Well...
And then finance?
Could we limit our discussion? I would really like to see us end no later than 11:30.
11:30. So should we have a hard stop with these at 15 minutes, do you think?
Yeah, we have.
I don't see how we can do that. There's a recommendation from Policy and Services that is opposite what the committee's, not Policy and Services, the Human Relations Committee had the opposite from what council wanted to do.
Should we take that up at another time?
I think we should take out some of these at another time if we run out of time on it.
Okay.
I don't want to limit it to 15 minutes.
Okay, but I think we can take up Avenidas and PAC.
That's the one that he was referring to.
Oh, no, he was talking about the Finance
taking
Committee.
it up.
That
I
was
just don't wanna
Policy and
limit it to 15
Services.
minutes.
Somebody is
He
here to
said
speak
that
on
Policy
12.
and Services Committee did the opposite with the Human Relations Commission.
Well, how about if we do this? How about if we take the agenda item, if we can, to item number 12, which is where we do have a speaker that came down from San Francisco to speak on this item. This is the legislative item on Prop 13. And then we can look at our time after that. And I know that we have had staff sitting here for quite some time. Can I have a motion to go ahead?
I'll move that we take up item number, what is it, 12?
It's item 12. Okay, let's go ahead and vote to take item 12 up now and move the other 2 items after this.
What do you want to talk about?
Why? Okay, that carries. And we're going to take up item number 12. So item number 12 is, Richard, you told me you had the fastest staff presentation on this ever.
Like an auction.
Ever. So
Even if
start
it's not
the clock.
fast enough. Number 1, this is a no-brainer, okay?
You're not allowed to say that.
There's no specific ballot measure you're endorsing. Richard?
Fill out a card if you'd like to speak on this. So,
in addition to that, Richard Hackman, management analyst. I think the staff report speaks for itself, but just wanted to reiterate, the resolution before you tonight is not endorsing any specific changes to Prop 13. It is merely supporting a conceptual change to Prop 13 that would revise the commercial component of property tax assessment. So from there, I will send it back to you. We also have, I know, a few members from Evolve, who is one of the nonprofit groups supporting this, in attendance tonight.
okay, I have 2 cards from them, I believe. And Councilmember Schmid, would you like to introduce this to all of us? You were the one who wanted to bring it to City School, and then we'll go out to the public.
Yeah, it's just extremely significant fact that's taking place in our community and the county as a whole, that each year the share of property tax, our biggest tax item and the fastest growing tax item, is increasing on the resident side and decreasing in the commercial property side. In the last comprehensive financial report, it reached residential payments, reached 73% of the total. That's been growing at 1% per year, despite the fact that we have had substantial tens of thousands of square feet of commercial space built in the city over that period of time. So we're in a situation where the residents are subsidizing, increasingly subsidizing the budget. Now, if you look at the details, Prop 13 is an extremely complex set of rules and laws that have come up since 1979. But the basis of commercial property assessment seems to be that only transactions resulting in a single person or body obtaining 50% or more of legal entity qualify as a change in control. So any corporate structure has the ability to avoid a corporate reassessment, although the use of the property may change dramatically. So the goal of this is just to indicate, I've seen a list around the Bay Area of 10 to 12 cities have passed resolutions like this, saying this is an important issue, let's look at it. And there's been a number of school districts who've done that as well. So it's a good time for the city to step up.
Thank you. And I'm going to go out for public comment. And our first speaker will be Ian Frigosi. And you will have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And Courtney McDonald, you will be next.
Good evening. My name is Ian Frigosi, and I'm here with Evolve. We are a nonprofit organization that works to increase funding for public education in California. And we believe that our state should address the drastic budget cuts that local governments have endured by raising revenue, not making further cuts, or by increasing the already high tax burden on individuals. We know that the fairest way to provide desperately needed revenue is by reforming Prop 13. The reform we are advocating for will not change Prop 13 for homeowners, renters, apartment owners, or small businesses. Our reform is focused specifically on making large, non-residential commercial property owners pay their fair share. Before 1978, commercial property here in Santa Clara County accounted for 50% of all property tax revenue. Today, that number is 35%. Ironically, the initiative that was supposed to protect people has actually shifted the tax burden away from corporations and onto people. Californians are now forced to pay the highest income and sales taxes in the entire country because of the inadequate revenue generated from commercial properties. There's a reason why in the last 36 years, not one of the other 49 states has passed a Prop 13 of their own. The way our system is set up now is unfair to individual taxpayers, our schools, our cities, and new businesses. Currently, two businesses offering the same services, sitting side by side, may pay vastly different property taxes, but have to offer similar prices if they wish to compete. Forcing new businesses to shoulder a disproportionate property tax burden dampens the enterprising spirit that has been essential to the success of Silicon Valley and California as a whole. It's time for a responsible reform. By simply having large commercial property owners pay their fair share, we can bring back at least $6 billion every year for our schools and public services without continuing to increase the burden on individual taxpayers. This is a stable and reliable revenue source that we can count on, and the best and fairest way that we can increase revenue for our state. 69 other local elected bodies have already passed our resolution, and I urge you to join them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney McDonald, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Hi, my name is Courtney. I'm also an organizer with Evolve. I spoke at the city school committee meeting last month, so I'm happy to see this in front of the full council. And I urge you all to vote yes, if that wasn't clear already. I want to mention that there's growing support across the state for this reform to close the corporate loophole in Prop 13. The most recent PPIC poll says that 59% of voters support the regular reassessment of commercial properties, which is huge. And in addition to that, we've been reaching out to cities and school boards, as Councilmember Schmidt said, all across the state, from San Diego to Eureka. And in this county alone, in Santa Clara County, 7 school boards have already adopted a similar resolution to the one that you're all considering. In addition to that, 62 city councils and school boards across the state have adopted a resolution to call to make corporations pay their fair share. I'm sure you're all very well familiar that Prop 13 has been the third rail for 36 years now, and that's why it's so crucial that we build a groundswell of support from locally elected bodies like yours and from the public. So we've been able to make a lot of progress. We're working to get this on the ballot in 2016. And so the most important thing we can do right now is build momentum, to have more conversations like this, and with more city councils, with community groups all across the state, and to make sure that every voter knows that Chevron is being undertaxed by $1 billion a year because of Prop 13, which is just incredibly unfair. So we really can't wait another 36 years to fix this problem. We need to take action now. We need to send a powerful message to our state leaders and to the public that we're ready to reform Prop 13. So I urge you all to join the 69 other local elected bodies and take a stand for tax fairness by passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Tim Gray.
Yes, there's very little that I can add to the very eloquent statements of the previous two speakers, but I would like to add a few little details. It isn't only the property owners, although they are the ones really burdened. My mother, we're landlords too, and own property that was protected by Prop 13. And even though we were not living in it, other people were, and they benefited from Prop 13 because they were able to have rent-controlled property. But the estate tax took away a third of my mother's property, didn't take away a third of the Buena Vista property. It's still there and still benefiting from the Prop 13 tax that the residents are are going to be not enjoying because they're only renters. They weren't allowed to be owners. And so the Jissers have, for all these years, some 20 years, gotten the benefit of this pro-residentialist this bill, and the residents have not. I just thought I would put that in while we were talking about, please, I think it would be a very good idea to vote for this. It would be really helpful. We've got to do something about the schools, because the schools are what has made this country important. The schools are what has made this country a democracy, and the schools are what have made this country prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Gray, to be followed by Jonathan Klein.
Timothy Gray, Park Boulevard, Palo Alto. It's clear that there's a manipulation of the shell game of corporate ownership and that's abused the tax system, and this seems to address that. However, there is another side of the coin, and that's the general mistrust and concern by the citizens that the undoing of Prop 13 would, in a moment of compromise, give up the protections that the residents have seen. And so there needs to be support of this in terms of the corporate breaking of the taxes, but the insistence that the residential and rental protections be held in place. And I'm not certain if there isn't a way to not undo Prop 13 and then add something to on the corporate side, but just be careful that, because Liz, I know that I've heard from you that you've said that it's unfair somebody moves into town and pays $20,000 or $30,000 in property tax on their home, and well, I'm in South Palo Alto, maybe, and had bought in the 90s, and I'm only paying $4,000. But there are middle-class people in this town that if they were to have to pay the higher property tax, that they would become economic refugees, and we would lose the economic diversity of this town. Not everybody is able to afford the community, and the value that parents have put on education oftentimes makes them stretched to be here. And if there was any danger that there was additional economic pressure on families, we would lose the diversity that we have in this town. So please keep that in mind.
Our final speaker is Jonathan Klein.
I'll try to be very brief without repeating what the previous speakers from Evolve have mentioned.
Speak straight in.
Sure. When Prop 13 was originally passed, a lot of the funding that convinced the voters to support Prop 13 came from large commercial property holders in Southern California. Some of the things that were in the bill, in the proposition, benefited commercial property holders and are still benefiting those holders today. And that is primarily the commercial property loopholes. One major loophole is the 50% ownership loophole, where you can actually sell a property and have its tax base maintained for the new owners if no one new owner has more than 50% control. Patently unfair. It's also patently unfair, as Councilmember Schmidt pointed out, that residential property owners have now assumed in some counties 80% of the total property tax burden. Prop 13 needs to be fixed. The residential property provisions of Prop 13 should remain untouched, so that we can work on one problem at a time, and I urge council to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I bring it back to colleagues, I did mention this to the League of Cities, the Peninsula League, and they did get language over from the State League. And the two final whereas tax revenues generated by modernizing how commercial property is reassessed benefits local counties, cities, special districts, and schools, and not the state general fund. And then the now therefore be it resolved was one of their applications of this resolution that allows us to go ahead and support it now without obligating us to something in case the revenue stream changes and it doesn't go the way of, got it, Mark, the way things go now, where, you know, in this particular town, 57% goes to the school district and 9% goes to the city, and the rest gets divided up between the county and the college districts and those types of things. So, Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. First off, I just have one little cleanup on the resolution, and that is in the first paragraph, including everyday homeowners and working families should go up under, right after in the second line, to residential property. That's the modifier to residential property, not to business. So we could make that shift. Then the other thing is, I think we're all interested in making a shift so that everyone is paying their fair share. And let me say before I forget to overlook it, it's so nice to see young people involved in these kinds of political debates. I really, really appreciate that. Contrary to, apologies to, and contrary to City Manager, I don't think this is quite so much a no-brainer, though. And here's why. Sometimes in order to fix a problem, we create another problem. And I think the way this is worded so generally, and I understand this is just get the discussion started, but I worry that this language sends a message of what we are looking for and looking at. Whereas regularly, this is what it says, whereas regularly reassessing non-residential property would, and then it goes on from there about, so it looks like we would be supporting that. I think there's a huge concern in that language, and that language is that unintended consequence. We all know up and down this state, maybe even some businesses in this community, local businesses or independent businesses who own property, if they are reassessed regularly, whatever regularly means, it can put them out of business. We've seen up and down this state, all across the country, how downtowns have died for a variety of reasons. And that's why you see a lot of downtowns that are just, you know, antique stores and kitchen shops and that sort of thing. It's because other businesses don't survive. But if you then start additionally assessing or reassessing the property that these local businesses own, you're really going to have dead and ghost town downtowns, is my concern. I don't want to be a predictor of that, but I have a real concern of that. All property owners and all non-residential property owners are not created equally. So there was some comment about property owners of a certain size. Maybe that's one way to address this, so that you try to get away from, causing a hardship on the local independent businesses. For me, the biggest concern here has to do with the loopholes, which are huge. They're absolutely huge. And were built into Prop 13, I would say probably even knowingly. I'm not going to try to go there with that. But so I have those two concerns, that this isn't focused on loopholes, and that it doesn't disseminate or doesn't discriminate like what non-residential properties would be reassessed. So I'll just leave my comments for right there at the moment.
Councilmember Klein.
Well, I'm sort of torn. I'm proud to say that I voted against Prop 13. I'm even prouder to say that Palo Alto was one of the, I think, only 2 cities in the state that voted against Prop 13. So we have a long tradition, I think, in our community of being against Prop 13, and it's, I think, even been worse in practice than we thought it was nearly 40 years ago now. And I hear the strategy. Frankly, I'm almost willing to support anything that would help derail Prop 13 and open up a legitimate conversation about it, which we have not had since it passed. I think and I heard the last speaker mention that yes, there are other inequities in there, but one problem at a time. And I've thought about that, and actually, I'm not sure I agree with it. I think that we may need to have I think the only way it's really going to happen is if we blow it all up and really have a sort of a constitutional convention about it. I have mentioned this as an office holder when I'm occasionally lobbied by business groups who want something, and I say, are you guys willing to go to, who all recognize that Prop 13 is unfair, by the way. They're not stupid. And I said, are you guys, I'll tell you what, I'll support what you're asking for if you are willing to help organize a group of 50 largest corporations in California to go to Sacramento and say we need to revise Prop 13. Well, of course, that hasn't happened yet, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I'm going to support this, but I think it really is not well worded, and I'm sorry to have to say that. And I don't agree that you're leaving out the other major problem that I see, and I'm sure there are other problems as well. And that other problem is that I think it is manifestly unfair, and one speaker I think has it absolutely backward. It is unfair for a young family to move into Palo Alto and buy the house next to mine, which may be substantially the same as mine, but have to pay triple or if not more property tax than I do because I've had this house owned for more than 30 years now, and so that where's the fairness in that? How can we possibly agree to let that stand? I don't think it's fair. It's been argued before the courts, and we haven't been successful. But I think it discourages young families from moving into my town. I think it creates a lack of diversity in our community, and so to me, it's equally bad. And so I'm sort of for this, but I really don't think it's adequate at all.
Vice Mayor Niss.
Well, with all that, I am going to move the motion, which reads to adopt the resolution. Hang on just a second. Is it ready now, Beth? Okay. Providing preliminary support for the Prop 13 reform as it relates to commercial properties. Because it says it doesn't constitute formal support of any particular ballot measure, I am going to rest assured that this will be far clearer when it comes back to us until such a measure is separately referred and endorsed by the council. And if there's a second, I'll continue chatting.
Second. Oh, no, you second.
So let me speak to this, especially as somebody who has been frustrated by Prop 13 as long as I can remember. And I remember when I was elected first to the city council some years ago now, and the first thing I thought I would do when I got on the council then was get Prop 13 reformed. Seemed so easy. And I remember at the time Mark Simon was writing a column for the Palo Alto, whatever it's called then, the Times, I think. And so he ran a column on it, and the column ran 10-1 against doing anything about Prop 13. And I remember thinking then, wow, this is clarity. And since then, this was voted in 1978, and I remember that Jarvis and Gann had a conversation with somebody that I actually know, and they've since died, but they said, don't worry about this, the legislature will straighten it out. This is now many, many years later. I'm not as concerned. I heard somebody, and I guess it was you, Tim, concerned about could it spill over into the residential area. I'm really confident that this concentrates on the commercial properties, and you probably know there's been discussion of this for ages. It often was called the split role in the past, and many groups have tried to work on this, including California Forward. So this is, I wish you luck. This is one more group that's trying very hard to alter the way this is coming out, and I hope that it works.
Councilmember Scharf? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Schmidt, would you like to speak to your second?
Just to make the case that I think this resolution is fairly general in nature, but it does specify commercial property. And I think the issue that we're trying to deal with is just fairness, that inexorably the share of property taxes being paid by commercial property owners is declining every year in Palo Alto, in Santa Clara, in California. And I think this is just a general statement that we're looking for a discussion of fairness.
Thank you. Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. I guess first question is, when it says allows commercial property owners to avoid paying the fare, are we defining commercial to include multifamily housing or not?
No.
So
I don't read
No,
us defining commercial at all in this resolution.
The resolution says non-residential.
Yeah.
Right, the residential says non-residential, that's why I was wondering. I actually think it should include multifamily. I mean, it's a business. I don't see it as any different than other kinds of commercial, frankly. It's owned by, like, Equity Residential. We're going to give them a break.
I'm not sure it's ours to mess with tonight, though, Greg.
Well, I don't know.
It
Who
may-
drafted the resolution? We did.
Evolve. Yeah.
We just added 2 clauses.
We're going to either go along with it or not.
It's a great
I think
comment,
that-
but
I
I'm
think-
not sure that it's,
Like Larry's.
You know, Councilmember Scharf, I think you can make these comments to Evolve, and because I think that they've been percolating this for quite some time and trying to figure out what is passable and what isn't. So I think, you know, if you want to do that, but
So I thought we weren't doing any particular, I thought we were taking a general statement as opposed to any particular ballot initiative.
there's no ballot initiative here,
Yeah, so
right?
this is a general
This is a general support for Prop 13 reform with commercial property.
only as it relates to commercial properties and perhaps when it's actually, sorry, actually when it actually plays out, that could happen that all of those commercial properties could be included. But it's not clear tonight, so I have a feeling this has a way to go before it actually turns up on the ballot.
Okay. So I guess the other thing is, a lot of things were said about corporate loopholes and corporate structures. I guess my understanding of it, which could be wrong, I don't think it is that if a change of ownership occurs in a corporate structure, then you have a change of reassessment. A change of ownership being that if more than 50% of the ownership changes, then it's a change of ownership. And I think that's different than what Councilmember Schmidt was saying, and I wasn't sure if it was different than other people said. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that. Okay. So the purpose of us passing this resolution as a city is to do what? What does this effect have on? I didn't realize that we were doing this to support a particular organization. So maybe you could come up to the microphone and explain why you're here and why exactly we should sign this.
Sure.
And what it accomplishes as opposed to changing the language in the resolution.
Right. Okay. So, and I first of all want to say that there was some really good points
Have
made.
him answer. She says it's okay.
No, I'm fine with I'm expecting people to be able to ask direct questions to this organization that has brought this forward.
Right. So there's great points by both Mr. Klein as well. The goal of this is to address the fairness issue, as Councilmember Schmidt said. The arguing about whether we should include multi-family unit homes or whether it's fair or not for a family to move in really muddies the message that Disneyland paying 5 cents a square foot and the average homeowner paying 40 cents a square foot is totally unfair, and that's almost not even debatable. And the goal of this is to, make that a clear distinction, that this is something that 59% of voters now support, that we should regularly reassess these non-residential commercial properties. There is no danger of Prop 13 being compromised for residential property owners, it time and time again has shown to be very popular amongst homeowners and amongst overall Californians. Whether or not you agree with that, that's just that is the case. And what is not fair, undeniably, is the fact that these large corporations are getting huge multi-million dollars, even sometimes billion-dollar tax breaks, while our schools are 49th in the country in per pupil funding. And that's why we're asking you to pass this resolution and stand with 69 other local elected bodies who believe that our state legislature needs to have a conversation about this and needs to address this fundamental inequity in our taxation system.
That was very eloquent. Thank you. One other comment. Councilmember Klein said that his house maybe 3 times. I'm doing rough calculations. I think it's 10 to 15 times.
Councilmember Berman.
So I am sympathetic to the inequities that run up and down Prop 13, and if and numerous inequities have been stated by colleagues of mine. I'm also kind of realistic to the political realities of the situation, and I think this is the process that you guys are going through, the effort that you guys are doing is great in terms of putting this, back into the, world of play. I'm all of a sudden totally incoherent.
It's late.
Yeah, exactly. It's great that you guys are doing this. It's great that you're elevating the level of discourse on this issue. It's great that people are talking about it. I don't know when the last time was that Palo Alto got approached to talk about Prop 13 reform, and I think it's a good thing that we start having that discussion. I also understand that you need to narrowly tailor what you're talking about to get something accomplished. Like Councilmember Klein, I totally would have supported a constitutional convention. Unfortunately, it went nowhere, and it had a lot of heavy hitters behind the effort. And so this is an area where the perfect can be the enemy of the good, and I'd like to see some, progress made on this, and this seems like a good first step. It's a pretty general resolution, and therefore I'm supportive of it. It'll be a lot stickier when we get into the details, but we're not at that point yet, so I'm happy to support it. Thanks, guys. And I apologize for not returning any of your phone calls until like 5 hours ago.
And I too will be supporting this resolution tonight. Obviously, this is the beginning stages of your budding campaign, which I know will take multiple years before anything gets really through to the state to change just this one segment of Prop 13, which I know some of the smartest lawyers in the nation have tried to crack, and they haven't been able to. And so, as you know, I've told you in city schools to please look at the documentary From First to Worst about the schools in California back in the 60s and the schools in California today. And that alone should compel people, along with your Disneyland postcard that I saw at the city schools, where it showed quite eloquently how much they're paying in property taxes versus the people that live right around them. And I guess the one thing I have to say about small businesses is that I'm hopeful that maybe there can be some accommodations for things like that, but that is probably a year or so off before getting actual ballot language for the entire state to vote on something, and it will be a challenge to try to find that sweet spot. But in the same time, right now, properties that are protected with Prop 13 are just able to collect that as a cash cow for their properties instead of paying their fair share, because rents go up regardless of where their Prop 13 status is. And that's how people get squeezed out from downtown properties. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote on this.
I have not been allowed to speak to the motion.
I thought you already had.
I spoke to the item. I have not spoken to the motion.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Holman, you had, during rounds, we had the round? Okay, go ahead and speak to the motion.
Just to indicate that I won't be supporting the motion while I'm very much in favor of reform to Prop 13. A comment that, I'm sorry, I don't recall your name, but that was just made about 59% of the voters are in favor of regularly reassessing
non-residential properties tells me, or at least it's certainly a strong indicator to me, that there's already a die that's been cast, that's what's going to go on the ballot. And all this is supposed to be like, initial language and stuff. I don't want to be a part of that discussion. It's going to lead to huge arguments during a campaign that are going to be very emotional, and I think are going to bring up the exact, I could be wrong, I hope not, bring up the arguments that I brought up earlier. So I'm in favor of Prop 13 reform, but I want to focus on closing loopholes and even properties owners of a certain size. But the way this is written right now, I cannot support it for reasons I've stated earlier.
All right, I'm going to call for the vote. And that measure carries with Councilmember Holman voting no. Thank you very much for coming down. We have 15 minutes. Shall we try taking up, I see PAC sitting in the audience along with Abanitas and HRC, so can we try taking up?
Well, could we handle 10, Greg, and not 11?
I would like to recommend that we handle item number 10. Do I have some support for that?
I don't know.
I know you don't.
Can you put a time deadline on it?
10 minutes. This is a 10-minute
That's bad
item.
public policy to limit a discussion to 10 minutes.
If it's okay, if we can, I would love to put a time limit on it. If we could maybe take this item up and hear the issues and see if we can come to direction, and if not, then we can table it and take it up on another night.
That's a good idea. Yeah, listen to them and then we can take it.
Right. So with that, let's go ahead and take up item number 10.
Here's your moment in the sun, guys.
It's not daylight yet.
But it's close.
Minka, do you have a presentation for us?
I do. I'm sorry.
And then I'll go back out to the chair of the Policy and Services for, and I don't have any speaker cards on this, so.
Okay, here I am. Minka Vandersvog, Human Services Manager. I want to give you a quick update of why this issue is before you tonight. At last year's Finance Committee meeting, they graciously offered an increase to the HISRAP budget, and they gave us a percentage amount. The HRC went back and they allocated this increase. And when they came back to the Finance Committee was not in favor of that allocation because it did not increase an equal percentage increase for PAC and Avenidas. And the reason the HRC did not do that is that they made some of the cuts to add 2 more agencies, and PAC and Avenidas weren't cut to add those 2 agencies at that time. So the council was not supportive of this approach, and they gave the HRC and Human Services staff an additional funding. So staff came back again with equal percentage increase for all HISRAP agencies. At that time, council made a motion that staff bring to the Policy and Services Committee the consideration of taking PAC and Avenidas out of the HISRAP process. Both PAC and Avenidas have been part of the HISRAP process since 1984, and they both have long intertwined relationships with the city, and I've included those in my initial staff report that went to the Policy and Services Committee. In both oral and written history about HISRAP, there are statements that talk about this special relationship with the city that they have with PAC and Avenidas. However, there is no written policy to codify this relationship. The very same issue that went to Policy and Services and is before you tonight actually went to the council in 1993, and at that point, the HRC was consulted as well, and they had the same opinion as they currently do, which is included in your staff report, and I'll go over in a minute. At that point, Councilmember Gary Frasino spoke about this issue, and he spoke about the city's history and commitment to senior and child care services, and he made the following statement. There were other outstanding services which had been granted city funds, but in no other case did the city provide these services through the use of city staff. It was a special relationship with these two groups, but it is best not to develop language in a policy that ascertains such. His interest was not to create problems or competitions between the two most important agencies or with other important agencies that came before the council for funding. So at that time, no specific motion was made to remove PAC and Avenidas from HISRAP or give staff any parameters as to what a special relationship with those two agencies meant. So after the referral last year from the council, this issue went before the Human Relations Commission. Representatives from PAC and Avenidas were invited to those meetings, and they clearly articulated to the HRC that they did want to be removed from the HISRAP process. So the HRC discussed it, and they really had two main concerns about taking PAC and Avenidas out. And they were that if PAC and Avenidas were removed from the HISRAP process, along with over 70% of the funding, somehow the rest of the HISRAP funding for the smaller agencies might be in future jeopardy with the council due to its relatively small amount. Other commissioners expressed that if PAC and Avenidas were no longer part of the HISRAP process, other long-time funding recipients would request to have a direct contract with the city as well, thereby upending the entire HISRAP allocation process, and the HRC would lose their ability to adequately advise the council on human services needs across the age spectrum from birth to seniors. So in the end, they crafted a policy that they believed was a compromise. They felt it addressed the concerns by the council, addressed the concerns by PAC and Avenidas, yet kept these agencies within the HISRAP scope of services and allocations. So the two key things that they put in their recommendation, and the full recommendation is in the original staff report, is that this PAC and Avenidas' HISRAP funding will not be cut in order to fund reallocations to other HISRAP agencies. That was a big concern that the two agencies brought forth to the HRC, that they really felt that that had happened in the past. And also, if there were any future increases or decreases to HISRAP, that those two agencies would get their proportional share. There's a feeling by both those agencies that the HRC would cut more from them in order to fund new agencies, in order to offset cuts to HISRAP in general. So then the issue went to the Policy and Services Committee on March 25th, and staff and HRC Chair Jill Onan presented, and the council members discussed the item, and just want to share their key opinions. Councilmember Schmidt said that senior and youth services were critical to a healthy community, and he would not want to take out the two most important pieces, but have them discussed as part of the greater and larger HISRAP discussion. Councilmember Klein stated that if PAC and Avenidas were separated out, the dollar amount allocated for HISRAP would be much less and would be more likely to appear inadequate, and that council may be more likely to add additional funding. He also felt it was misleading to include programs in HISRAP that many other cities fund as part of their regular services. And finally, Councilmember Klein concurred with Councilmember Price, concurred with Councilmember Klein's comments, and added that separating out Avenidas and PAC made sense, and it still preserved the important work of the HRC in advising on the other HISRAP agencies, and it provided a way to give significant funding to two key nonprofit providers in the community. So therefore, the Policy and Services Committee passed the following recommendation. The Policy and Services Committee recommended that the council direct staff to separate the funding contracts with Avenidas and PAC from the HISRAP process and instead contract directly with these two providers. So that concludes my staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. HRC Chair Jill Onan is here, as well as representatives from Palo to Community Child Care and Avenidas.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry we're keeping everybody so late. Councilmember Price, would you like to kick off your the policy and services discussion? And if you'd like to make the motion, go ahead and do that. I have no public comment on
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the staff report. It covers about 99% of what I was going to say, and I appreciate that in terms of the history and the discussion. At the meeting, we had 4 members. One council member was absent. We did have a split vote on this item, but everyone agreed that senior and youth services have been and continue to be a very critical part of our service spectrum to support services for a healthy community, and I think there was absolutely no debate on that. The point that staff has made that it was a difference of perspective. One council member felt it was important to have this remain as part of the HISRAP process so that there could be a comprehensive and thorough discussion within the same kind of framework. And the other 2 members that were there felt that this was a clear, more predictable situation, removing Avenidas and PAC from the current HISRAP process. And it provides predictability in terms of anticipated funding for Avenidas and PAC, and administratively it would be a very make it easier to manage. So with that, to restate, the Policy and Services Committee recommends that the council direct staff to separate the funding contracts with Avenidas and PAC from HISRAP and instead contract directly with these 2 service providers. And that's the motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by the chair and seconded by Councilmember Klein. Would you like to speak further?
No, I've made my points. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Klein, would you like to speak to your second?
My views were expressed by staff, but I'll just add a little bit. I think everybody has recognized that Avenidas and PAC are really different than the other agencies, and we ought to recognize that officially. The compromise, and I'll put that in quotes, by the HRC tries to get there, but I don't think it actually quite does. The temptation has been, as long as I've been on the council, for HRC members to look at the money that's going to Avenidas and PAC and say, oh, gee, I'd really like to get my hands on some of that so we can reallocate it. And that seems to be the case no matter who's on the HRC. And I think we need to make it clear that they really are separate. And the reasons are separate are stated long ago by Gary Pizzino, and that is that the history of Avenidas and PAC is that they really do provide services that in many other cities are performed directly by the city. That's not true with the other HISRAP agencies who provide a little bit of their services in Palo Alto, and I think that it's time for us to really make clear what I think is true on the ground, that Avenidas and PAC are really different.
Councilmember Holman.
Maybe I'm just the outlier tonight. I'm going to make a substitute motion to keep PAC and Avenidas as a part of the HISRAP discussions.
Do you want to make their motion?
Would you like to speak to your motion, Councilmember Holman?
Yes. What I want to do is, or what I want to recognize here is one is that there's no denying the good work and the services that PAC and Avenidas provide. They're already considered differently than the other nonprofits because they only have to submit an RFP every 6 years, where the others have to apply every 2 years. So it isn't a matter of not considering that they are special organizations. But I think the HRC did state it well, and I think perhaps Ray Bicchetti stated it perhaps the best. His second point was to maintain the integrated character and robustness of the HISRAP process in the search for budget increases for human service purposes, and to keep the HRC meaningfully involved in city funding of human service nonprofits and able to make sound recommendations to the council. And he also said that the remainder of approximately $350,000, if you take PAC and Avenidas out, is less weighty in both dollars and scope and might compete less favorably for budget increases. And I think that is a very valid point. That last point may be especially the biggest and most important point. So my motion is to keep PAC and Avenidas as a part of the HISRAP process.
Councilmember Schmidt, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, just to support what Councilmember Holman said. The city has a fairly limited budget for needed human services around town. And HISRAP is the one time where we sit down formally and take a look at it. I will note that last week we made a sizable contribution with HUD funds to the downtown street team. 6 months ago, we voted another sizable contribution to homeless services around town. But those things tend to be a one-off. And yet they are problems in the city. I think, we have made certain motions on the council about how to deal with homelessness. And the fact we're saying in the HISRAP funding we can't think about homeless people in the same sense we think about child care or seniors doesn't make sense. I mean, we have identified a commission that is supposed to help us look at this, and to have that commission once a year, once every 2 years, sit down and help us through that process. They're not making decisions themselves, they're just bringing it to the council. Ultimately, it's the council who makes the decision. So it would make sense that we do this together. And then when the council sits down with the recommendations from HISRAP, they can sit back and say, is that enough money? Should we be spending more on these human problems around town? If new ones crop up, can we step in and increase the budget? So I'm in favor of leaving PAC and Avenidas in the process so that the council can look from a budget perspective of, are we spending enough on these very human problems in town? And here's an opportunity for us to say yes or no.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. I actually wanted to hear from the Human Resources Chair. That's Jill. Would that be possible?
Sure.
So
absolutely.
I noticed that you guys crafted a recommendation, and I actually wanted you to speak to that because that seemed to be somewhat of a middle ground that protected Avenidas and PAC, and it struck me as being very thoughtful, and so I wanted to give you the opportunity to say it, and then I was going to speak to what you said. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Scharf, for inviting me to speak. Yes, oh, am I here? Is that good?
Yeah, speak right in.
Oh, speak right into it. Okay, sorry. So yes, thank you, Councilmember Scharf. The HRC would really hate to see PAC and Avenidas leave us. HISRAP has been a bit fraught as a process because of a lack of funding or lack of increases in funding over many years. So the pie has become very competitive. But we really believe that all of the agencies will benefit from us sticking together and working through some of these funding issues as a whole. And we crafted the resolution, and it was largely the brainchild of Commissioner Bicchetti, who is not here tonight but deserves that acknowledgement, to address the concern about cannibalization, for lack of a better word, of these two larger agencies by the smaller agencies. That is never the HRC's intent. I think there was somewhat of a misunderstanding last time around that. At the same time, as we've conducted human needs assessments, we've learned about new and emerging needs, and it is sometimes difficult for us to find ways creatively to address those needs without moving some of the money around. So we've had to do things like cut funding to some of the smaller agencies to make way for newer agencies in order to address needs that we think are very, very important for the community. So I think that our compromise resolution that we passed would address the concerns of PAC and Avenidas sufficiently to give them the protection that they're seeking, and we would have preferred that they'd stay with us. However, despite that, they are still wanting to leave. So I think we really need to put it to council to have you take a fresh look at this and, consider all the different players in this and what is the best outcome for the city.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I thought it's important to honor the Human Relations Committee's work, and I do think that they crafted something that met Councilmember Klein's, maybe he doesn't think so, but met the complaint as I understood it. And I think that we should allow them to look at this from all angles, from birth all to seniors, and have that sense that that's really their mission and their charge, and that we shouldn't take this away from them. I mean, I think that's would be an unfortunate thing to do. I think they've responded positively to the concerns that have been raised, and that we should honor that. Therefore, I'd like to actually offer an amendment to the substitute motion, which is that we add, with these differences from other HISRAP grantees, and then add in what's on page 274, which is what the Human Relations Commission came up with to address the concerns that were originally raised here. And I think that's a good compromise in the positions.
I would accept that. They're also on page 281. So I'd accept that.
Okay.
Councilmember Schmidt? All right. I see no other lights on this item. I'm going to go ahead and speak to it because I did have an opportunity to talk to not only sit at the commission meeting as liaison, but also talk to the agencies. And one of the concerns that I had and I share is the fact that these two agencies that are asking to be separated are significantly larger with the grants than all the other ones, in the fact that they end up not having a commonality with some of the very small grants. And I think that Councilmember Klein is very right, and so I will be supporting the original motion, that this is the way Palo Alto delivers these services, and and if this is how these agencies would like to interact with the city, then I think that we should allow them to not have that middleman of the commission, and let the commission really dig deep into these emerging agencies and existing agencies that have been getting funded at sadly a much smaller level, and maybe we could address that as a council. So with that, I see no other light. So let's vote on the amendment, on the amended motion, the substitute motion from Holman, which is up there on the screen.
The amendment needs to be clarified, though.
All right.
It says to add these differences. It says it should be, and Councilmember Scharf, correct me if I'm wrong here, should be to add the HRC recommendations. Identified on packet page 274.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and vote. And that motion fails with Councilmember Klein, Scharf, and, Holman, Scharf, and Schmid voting yes. Returning to the original motion, I see no lights. Let's go ahead.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
May I just make a clarifying comment? I think it came up at P&S, but we may have some procurement process that we need to follow in this process of following up on the contract. So we'll just need to consult with our purchasing folks. There's always a possibility. We got an initial opinion. I haven't visited directly with them that we may need to issue an RFP since we're separating it out. If we would do,
Okay.
So the intent would be to contract directly with them, and we would have to go through that process potentially. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on the original motion. And that motion carries with Councilmember Scharf not voting.
Light's not working.
Light's not working. So which way is your vote?
Oh, I'll just abstain. What the heck?
Okay, with the motion carries with Council Members
No,
Holman
I'm
and
voting yes.
you're voting yes. Okay, with Council Member Holman and Schmid voting no. With that, I think that taking up item number 11 is past our limit right now, and so we will move on to Council Member questions, comments, and announcements. And seeing no lights, I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
All right.